Hello and welcome everybody to a brand new year, a brand new season of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa, here along with Makes, Nagura, and Zyronic to start things out. And although it's a new year, we're still deep into the Dragonflight MDI sort of era, I suppose. So first of all, I want to see how everybody's doing, but also I want to kind of get your takes on how it feels to be this far into an expansion, because here we are yet again. It feels to me almost like it launched yesterday, but at the same time, it feels like we've been in it for a while, but been a lot of fun stuff to do. I'm going to start with you, Makes, giggling over there. How's your Dragonflight experience been? How's it feel to be back for another season of MDI?
I mean, it always feels great, right? First and foremost, so happy to be here. At the same time, though, I can't really relate to it released yesterday. You know, we've been here for a little while. I feel like the dungeon changes with like giving us new dungeons every season have worked out. I think that feels great. And I think specifically this season, we're seeing a lot of very high keys come through from people, which is pretty dope.
Yeah, how about you, Zyronic?
Man, Makes took all the good stuff there. I don't know, feels great to be back, and honestly, like, the fact that we're doing an MDI, then a TGP, then an MDI, we're switching off every season, it makes me look forward to the seasons that much more. Like, it's been almost a year since we had our last MDI now, so really looking forward to seeing what the teams can cook up with the new comps. I mean, the meta looks like it could potentially have some open spots for differing comps too, which is a lot different than what we saw back in TGP, so looking forward to see what the teams have to bring to the table.
Yeah, and finally, you, Nagura, what are your thoughts coming into this season? Anything you're excited to see?
Well, okay, so first of all, I'm excited to see what the teams have cooked up for the new season. Like, the dungeons haven't been played in MDI for a long time. But then additionally, we have this new format this time around where we only have 2 groups. So that means the first 4 teams are going to qualify for the Global Finals, which means that there's a lot more stakes, which also means that the teams that are competing against each other in this group stage are going to be a little bit closer together in skill level, presumably, compared to the 3 group stages that we had before. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to turn out.
Yeah, I would say you definitely took mine there, where we're kind of starting from the top 16, essentially. So these groups could theoretically end up being a lot tighter than some of the early rounds and some of the early groups from previous seasons. And a little bit of the difference there, as you can see, is the top 4 teams from each group go through to the Global Finals. So that means going into the final day of the weekend, going into Sunday, to a certain extent, the pressure is off for those teams that'll be competing because they'll already have been making it through. But at the same time, we still need to crown a champion of the group, so there's still going to be a lot to play for. But the vibe is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be interesting, but I think overall the level of play is going to be a little bit tighter than we saw in previous seasons. And here are our groups. I mean, both of these groups actually look extremely stacked to me. I mean, in Group A alone, we've got 3 of the top 4 teams from TGP last year. Zyronic, I'll jump over to you again. What do you think when you look at these groups first off?
Well, I mean, naturally, when we bring the pool of teams from 24 down to 16, it's going to look more stacked, right? We're going to have a higher level of competition just across the board. But, you know, yeah, it is going to be stacked. Like, the teams are ridiculous. Like, looking at the Group A team that we have here, Echo, Last Hope, 2 top teams already from TGP. That's going to be insane to watch. Both of those teams figure out their strats for MDI. But going down the list, I mean, there's a great number of teams that have been great MDI teams in the past. Obviously, Legendaries, a little bit of shakeup. They've added Hopeful, who's a pretty well-known mage in the community, which is going to be a good class this time around for sure. Got DAWGS, which is, a revamp of a team that we've seen many times before. Direwolves, of course, returning Oceanic team. There's just so many good teams down the board. It's hard to really weed anyone out. And, they're playing for 4 slots, so it's going to be a very competitive weekend.
Yeah, and here's our teams for Group A right off the bat. I know we've got predictions to look at later, and I'm very curious to see what everybody picked there. But just at first glance, let's jump into predictions. All right, there you go. So, all right, no big shock here. Everyone has picked Echo to go first. I've said this before in previous seasons that until they give us a reason to not predict them going first, we're just all going to predict them going first. But let's talk about the second place teams here. Legendary and Last Hope have legitimate arguments, I think, to take that spot. Makes, what made you lean towards Last Hope?
Okay, so Zyra already said it. There is a little bit of a roster change in how these players are going to approach This weekend, Tobo went from, so not Last Hope, but actually Legendary, Tobo went from DPS to healing, and they added in Hopeful, but it just changes how you play, right? It's just a new form and how these people have to actually work together, and I'm not sure how that's going to work. I talked to Tobo a little bit, he feels confident, so I still have them in there, but I have them as third rather than second, yeah.
I feel like if you look across a lot of the rosters, the most common change we've seen is healers dropping out and being replaced, or some being swapped to healer. None of us are healers, right? In this group, like we don't know. I did a little bit of it in season 1, and the stress is something else. The stress is on another level, I think, being a healer. So I don't know. I may be not surprised to see that role being the one that gets the most swaps, because that's a tough job out there. Healers, you're doing good work. Thank you. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to all the healers out there.
Nagura.
What? You don't like healers?
I'm just kidding. I love healers.
As the boomkin for life. All right, yeah. Boomkin for life, Nagura, known healer hater. Exposed. Here's our affixes and key levels for everything. A lot of people, I'm sure, are worried about that 24 fortified bolstering Waycrest Manor. What else kind of jumps out when we take a look at these? Nagura, I'll just go to you.
Well, the 24 Rise is also a high key, but the affixes are not too bad. We have the 45 Volcanic Spiteful, which is not too big of a problem. Then the low keys, the 22s, should be easy enough for them. But then on the 23, I also see the Incorporeal Sanguine Fortified 23 Blackrook Hold, which could potentially be problematic for the team. Sanguine especially, very difficult affix to deal with in Blackrook Hold.
Mm-hmm. We've got like so many old dungeons returning here, and I mean, obviously the only 2 Dragonflight dungeons are the 2 from the Mega Dungeon that came out recently, right? Galakron's Fall and Murazan's Rise. Aside from that, these are all older dungeons. So I'm kind of curious, like, which one of these do you remember the most fondly, Zyronic?
Yeah, honestly, my favorite ones. Ooh. People are going to hate me for this. It's the one that's banned, Waycrest Manor. I think that's a fantastic
Me too, though.
run.
Me too. I always loved Waycrest Manor. Yeah.
Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to talk about looking at those dungeons, which is something that we have to bring up because it happened in time trials, is the potential to no-heal some of these dungeons. And I think that last dungeon, which unfortunately we're not going to see in this, that Galakron's Fall is definitely a good candidate to see no-heal just for DPS, and you'll have like a DPS play the off-healer role, something like a Ret Paladin or a Feral Druid. Not going to see it in this series, but it's something we'll have to think about going forward throughout the weekend.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going in time trials, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it pop up. But it looks like we are going to start out with that Blackrook Hold, go to Atal Dazar, one of the other dungeons actually that I really enjoyed playing back in the day, and then Darkheart, if we need it. Looks like we're about ready to get started, though. Yeah.
Blackrook Hold is also... we did ask the teams a bunch of questions before the tournament, and we asked them what they think the most difficult dungeon is this weekend, and Echo actually answered Blackrook Hold, while most of the other teams answered Waycrest Manor. So interesting. Maybe Echo just thinks, oh, Waycrest, we're just going to ban that. So the next difficult thing is going to be Blackrook Hold.
Yeah, fair enough.
Keep in mind,
there can be some punishing parts of this. Go ahead.
This is the MDI, so really dungeons are as hard as you make them. When Echo tells me that Blackrook Hold to them is the hardest dungeon, it just makes me excited for what they actually have in store and what they have cooked up. Like, how big are they going, right? It has to be the question that's kind of put out there when we're talking about MDI style polls, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, there's also
and we're about
to...
Oh, go ahead.
As well, right? This is the very first... This dungeon was in the very first MDI this Echo team really played in back in the day. It was a little different. They had a couple different members, but back in Legion, they put a lot of time into Blackrook Hold, and 6 years later, we get to see what they've got cooked up in here, and we see Rogue instead of the Shadow Priest that we saw mostly from Time Trials, Nagura.
Yeah, very interesting. Shadow Priest, obviously very valuable when you play that ranged comp. Having the PI as well to support the other range classes, but the Rogue also having so much utility coming in here with the Shroud already to skip all of this trash here, immediately engaging the boss for Echo and some seriousness as well.
Here's the Lust. Now, did they actually pull some of that trash in as well? I'm not sure if I saw Now tag it in the back there. Yep, here it comes now. They've got at least one of those trash pulls. We'll have to see how much they got in here. But this Bloodlust on the boss is going to do a lot for them. They've already got the boss down to 60%. Here's some seriousness. Sitting on that Bloodlust, waiting for the trash to get in before they start bursting. But it's put them so far behind already. Echo's already into the ad transition phase here. And they might just push the boss without having to push any of the ads. Of course, the boss does instantly push past that ad phase at 25%. It's just going to cast its AoE, so they don't have to worry about that at all. They don't have to kill a single one of these ads. They might just kill it before the boss starts casting. There it is.
I think so as well. They're just doing so much damage to the boss. Look at the damage meters. Of course, there's a lot of AoE going on as well, but the boss is just melting for Echo. As the weight does go down for some seriousness right after using Bloodlust and Combustion, which is very unfortunate for them, meaning that the mage damage is going to go down quite a bit. They did recover, did manage to get the rest back up, but now their rogue goes down too. Obviously, with their damage dealer dying there and losing a lot of damage, this pull is going to get out of control very quickly for them. And look at the boss being so high HP still for them.
They're already so far behind, and this is actually a really good use of mandatory RP time in this dungeon. Of course, once you deal with the first boss, you have to wait for your homies in the dungeon to go open the door for you, so they're just going to deal with the rest of this trash while that happens, and this is actually just no downtime for Echo here. The door probably will open in the next 10 seconds or so here, and they'll probably want to finish off this trash beforehand, but they're not planning on using any more cooldowns here. They're saving this up for the next big pull they've got cooked up.
Yeah, big problems here for some seriousness as they have a full team wipe and they have to go again. Now, unfortunately, this will be such a big time loss for them because they cannot do the same pull again. They don't have the Shroud, they don't have the skip that they can do, they don't have any cooldowns, Bloodlust, defensives or offensives left. So they have to do the pulls one by one and then do the boss afterwards, solo basically. So yeah, unfortunately a very big time loss already for some seriousness. Coming into the tournament, of course, it's the first time that they are competing here. They are a full Polish team. And an interesting fact about the team as well is that during time trials, some of their members apparently did their first key that was above 20. So they were not doing keys on live at all that are above 20, just really playing in plus for items. And they just figured, you know what? We're excited to do MDI this season, let's try it. And they did qualify with some good times as well. But yeah, first time being in a tournament, obviously doing such a big pull initially as the first thing they show. So much pressure on that team.
Yeah, it's definitely a completely different environment once you get in here, and you can see they're still having issues with the trash after the fact. It's unfortunate to see, but there's still a lot of dungeon left, and we've seen Echo's next pull after the first boss and trash went down here. They went all the way up the stairs, past all the spiders, pulling them with them into this first trash pull up top, and it's taken a little while to get through this. Now, they didn't actually use any of their major cooldowns on this pull. The Infernal's still there for clicks. He didn't opt to use it here. Maybe they're saving it for the next pull. That would be my major guess, because there's a lot of knife dancers that can easily wipe your group, even on this key level. And we have to see how they deal with it. Now's already setting up the next pull here. Are they going to pull us into the next trash pack?
Yeah, and then they also have two cloth wearers as well, right? Both the mage and the warlock taking so much extra damage from these physical shots from the archers, and the knife dance all being physical damage on top of this companion as well, leaping around. And you see the bleed effect on both Salia and Clicks. So there is a lot to heal if they do bigger pulls for Echo on their side. But they're controlling this really well. Of course, you can interrupt the knife dance and the archers as well. You can even line of sight the shots if you choose to do so. At the same time, you also have to interrupt that Arcanist constantly casting Arcane Blast onto random players, though. So this pull definitely requires some coordination by the teams.
Yep, definitely does, but no major issues for Echo here. Just have that minion pulsing around that they'll deal with after the rest of the trash is dead. We'll see them all line of sight behind this pillar afterwards to make sure that they can get everything grouped up nicely. There's a lot of casters and ranged mobs in the pack. Or maybe they'll just tank them like this. They won't actually line of sight at all because that's damage loss, that's downtime. In we go here. That archer is out, but now uses a grip sigil to get it in. Everything's stacked up nice for them. Now they can just AoE away.
Yeah, and even though the commander does have the most HP, this mini-boss in this pack, it doesn't do anything dangerous, but I'm sure Echo is focusing down that mob just because they want to get further quicker, right? And focusing the high HP mob does make sense if that is your goal, as we do have a lot of funnel going on as well with this comp that they're running, of course. Mirrors and a Rogue. What do you think the main reason is to run the Rogue here instead of the Shadow Priest? You think mainly because of shrouds or control?
Probably the shrouds, yeah. There's a lot of useful shrouds in this dungeon. It also is a speed boost for your team, right? Whenever you're in the shroud.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one thing as well. But like, at the start of the dungeon, skipping past the first 2 packs, so you don't have to pull extra trash into the first boss, things like that. And of course, we have more than half the dungeon left, so we'll have to see if they have any other good uses for that shroud after the fact. I mean, they use the shroud there, but they just ended up pulling the 3 mobs, so the only reason I think you would use it there is for that speed boost that you get when you're on Subtlety Rogue, so... I don't think there's any other major things that you could use it for other than the speed boost, which is just really good in its own right for your entire team. But here we go, on to another boss here, and just once again, blasting through this boss's HP pool. It's going down so quickly for them.
Yeah, they just have so much damage for these bosses, as they also dragged in that trash, as you said, the champion and those 2 archers that they dealt with first with that Ring of Frost, making sure it is CC'd as it comes in, and then they just... cleaving it down, really, as they now are in this ad phase. Again, just cleaving down the Arcanist and the Vanguard. Gingy jumping to avoid the damage from this beam. In case you didn't know, you can do this on live service as well. If you jump, you don't actually take damage. Just have to constantly jump while the beam is on you. That will save some space for sure. It also means that you cannot cast anything as a caster unless you're a mage.
Mages, man. How do they get away with it every single tier?
Right?
Topping the damage meters too while jumping around. They annoy me. The boss is being dealt with quickly here, though. They did end up killing off the Arcanist just from passive cleave. I don't think they were focusing it down at all, just making sure they get as much boss damage in as possible. They can definitely deal with a 1 mob interrupt rotation pretty easily. But after this boss, I mean, it is just massive pull after massive pull after massive pull. Also, again, we get to see the boulders back in action here. Get hit by one of those boulders. It could potentially be a one-shot, but maybe not on this key level. It's not a one-shot, but... into the massive pull here. How big are they going to go? I think they're going to go all the way to the end of the hallway.
Maybe even further, we will see, as now is gathering up all of the trash. You can see all of the damage dealers not touching the trash just yet, making sure that now has aggro until it's gathered all the way to the end here. Of course, we also have the affixes Sanguine and Incorporeal. Incorporeal we have seen being CC'd by Salia with Hibernate and some other CCs coming out by the rest of the group. But Sanguine is one of these affixes that can be very dangerous. That's why you also see some of the CC coming out with the trash being pulled on top of bosses with the Ring of Frost. And then, of course, we also saw some healing go through for some seriousness, unfortunately, earlier on. But yeah, Echo, you can see now kiting the trash pack very nicely, making sure none of the Sanguine is healing the Blade Masters. There's some healing, 8.4 million you can see on the healing meter, but as long as the Blade Lords don't heal, that is actually the most important thing, because they have the most HP in this trash group. And there we go, very clean by Echo.
There's actually a little more nuance to that pull than we actually even, kind of put through it, right? If one of those Drink Ancient Potion cast goes off and that Scavenger starts doing the Flamethrower cast, which is one of the things they can learn whenever they get that Ancient Potion cast off, they could just be sitting in a Sanguine pool for the full 20 seconds, which is just a big time loss. So they needed to make sure they used all of their AoE CC to make sure not a single one of those Ancient Potion casts went off. And that 8.4 million healing, I think that's pretty much the best case scenario for where they were. Just a little extra healing from that stun going off is not that big of a deal. But we don't have time to think about what just happened, because we're pulling all of the remaining trash, every single one of those Fel Lords, into the boss here on Smash Bite. Have to make sure not too many of these Fel Frenzies go off, or those Dominators could be a bad time for now here.
Yeah, this is a big pull, lots of damage onto now. They have to make sure they interrupt, as you said. And the Fix It as well from these pups. They cast a Fix It onto a random player casting sick bats, which means that all of these bats fix it a player. You can see them run to the right side here towards clicks. They are almost done though, so you don't have to worry about this anymore. And then, of course, they also have to deal with the Hateful Gaze that is always casted on the furthest player, being clicks for Echo here. And someone has to soak that charge. If you soak it, you do get damage, but they also take a debuff to take more damage from subsequent charges for some time. So do you want to rotate through on who is taking the charges, or you have a tank or anyone with big defensives taking multiple ones? And again, they're focusing down the boss here, only cleaving the Dominators. Look at the boss's HP already being down to 35%, and the Dominators are almost higher HP at this point. They might even have to finish them off when the boss is already dead. Just look at the amount of damage they are doing. Of course, now doing a lot of AoE damage here too on this pull with those pups initially.
He's probably the only one actually AoEing, right? Clix is maybe cleaning
Yeah.
with Havoc. Of course, the Fire Mage is getting some Ignite cleave, but now's the one doing like the major amount of AoE damage. That's why he was, topping the meters for the most part until about 30% on the boss, when Clix got a little more value out there. Zalia does end up going down here, but they don't have to expend the battle res here. He can just release once the boss goes down, and he'll be right here with the rest of his team. So one minor hiccup for Echo there, but it's only going to cost him the 5 seconds in the long run.
Interesting. Yeah, well, anyway, so they are moving forward as they gather up all of these swordsmen and lancers. I wonder if they pull it into the boss, because first of all, it's sanguine, so it can be dangerous, but also these lancers can cause some issues with their jumps. On top of that, the first phase of the last boss being very dangerous, with the shadow bolts doing so much damage to your group, plus those the glaives running around. But Echo is pulling into the boss as their bloodlust is being used here, and they also try to see as many of these lancer jumps as possible. You can see everyone just kind of gathering around and nuking it down with all of their cooldowns being popped here. This is so dangerous, but it looks so clean for them. They also have to worry about Sanguine in just a moment, but it looks like the boss dies before any of the mobs die, so never mind. This is going to be phase 2. They don't want to put any of the Sanguine pools in the middle of the room, because that's where the boss is spawning, and they are not doing that. They really are making sure the mobs are dying on the outside. One of the Lancers still left on top of the boss. They want to make sure they get it out before they kill it off, but very controlled by Echo so far.
Yeah, I actually like that. That's so smart. They don't even have to worry about killing off the ads until the boss is at 10%, right? And then once the boss gets to 10%, it's already pushed into phase 2. It doesn't matter if it's single kills after that point. So the only thing they really have to worry about from this point on in the fight is that very first Shadow Bolt volley, which does its damage before they get the buff. And if they can heal through this, all they have left to do is to kill off the swarms, and they're home free here. They did have the Bloodlust pop for the beginning of the poll when they were dealing with the trash, so they're not going to have it for this boss, but I think they are home free at this point.
I think so as well. Now, of course, this boss can be dangerous, but it is not tyrannical, so they should be able to deal with this just fine. Shadow Bolt volley plus the swarm, of course, that combination being a little bit dangerous, especially if the swarm is maybe going into the same person multiple times, so you don't have many defensives left. But all of these classes have lots of defensives that they can use for the swarms, so they should be okay. Yeah, looking really clean by Echo. Only this one death on Celia on that previous boss. Some seriousness, on the other hand, of course, had some more issues. This is not the last dungeon, though. Of course, this is a best of 3, so we do... some seriousness will get another chance, but of course, playing against Echo as your first team that you're facing is very difficult for them.
Yeah, there we go. Echo takes Dungeon 1 in style. It's only one death, I believe, through the whole thing, too. And some seriousness. Yeah, I mean, it's a David versus Goliath situation. You come into the MDI, your very first opponent is Echo. What can you do, Mix?
I mean, you already said it, both of you. I think it's just very hard when the last seed goes up against Echo, no less, but also just going up against the first seed. If you are in a last seeded position, is always a little bit harder. And then maybe your first pull doesn't go the way that you wanted it to, and suddenly the nerves are out the window. So I feel like we just give them a pass on this one. We'll see what they bring for the next one, and we don't write them off for now. Just looking across it, I think a big issue for some seriousness was the Sanguine. A lot of mismanagement on that era, which I assume was also due to the deaths that they kind of got in there, and then, you know, suddenly the person that was meant to interrupt Nox CC is dead. It's not available anymore. Something cool, though, from both teams, you shouted it out, Sarah, as well, is seeing that Rogue come into play. I'm so happy that we already have a little bit of deviation going into this one.
Yeah, anything more to add about the Rogue Edition? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the replays in just a second as soon as they're ready. I think you called it out at the beginning already. We do have the shrouds that kind of speed you up. It's a long dungeon. It's a big dungeon. Something cool, though, here at the beginning for Echo, they did CC all of these ads to the side. So during the boss fight, they actually didn't have to deal with them due to how fast they were. You can see them there on the right side in the blind. And then using that to skip that role play that you have to wait anyhow. Really cool little tech from the rogues coming out there. We did see a couple of pretty big pulls, I would say. I felt like I would have even expected Echo to go bigger, but we'll see what they do throughout the weekends if they do feel threatened at any point. After that, we also got to see the beam tech from Gingy. I think if you're on a mage, just jump around a little bit. You're going to do damage anyhow. Make sure you're not cluttering up all of that boss space on Ilisana. And then something, yeah, there it is. Something really cool that we did see after that is how they actually deal with the big pulls on the Sanguine, because of course that is the big kicker here, right? You want to manage your Sanguine as well as possible with MDI style pulls, and they group everything up here, put out the CCs at the beginning to interrupt any of the casts that could come out, and then kite it out very nicely, use the Invis to go up here, and then pull all of that onto Smash Spite. And then after that, pull all of the Lancers onto Kurtalos. Just very clean, kind of like top style MDI play that we would expect from a team like Echo.
I mean, I think every season we come into MDI and we're like, all right, is this going to be the season where, you know, maybe it looks like teams are going to start to catch up to Echo and all that? And then every season, pretty much, we're like, well, no, Echo still kind of seems to have the edge over everybody. And you know, the first matches are never like the greatest indication, because it always is, you know, they end up playing a lower seed. You know, there does tend to be a little bit of a mismatch, though. We do still have at least one more game to see from, you know, the other team. But that said, like, Echo comes in here, plays an extremely clean dungeon, and we ask ourselves again, like, what does this team do that makes them be able to play so differently from pretty much all the other teams in the world? Like, there are teams out there that come close on occasion, but I don't think I've seen any team ever have the consistency, right, season to season that we see from Echo. That's what's impressive to me, is just that the level stays high.
That is the $1 million question, isn't it?
Yeah.
if the answer was easy, I'm sure we'd see other teams pop up and contest them on a more consistent basis. And there are teams that do contest them. I think the biggest ones that stand out right now are teams like Mandatory and NA's Last Hope, who just renamed to Last Hope this time around. But again, neither of them, nobody's really beaten them yet. The last time we had a team beat Echo was at the Sydney MDI LAN. That was Method and A that took them out in a 3-0 sweep, which is completely unheard of nowadays. So that was 5 years ago. So we'll have to see if this is the season.
These days we're excited when a team steals one map off of Echo. So we'll see if that happens.
Like we said, teams can come close, or they can even exceed from time to time. Like, other teams have peaks that can match or exceed Echo, but Echo is just like constantly up here. I don't know. Do you have any insight to add, Nagura, to this? What is your theory on why Echo is able to keep performing at the level they've been performing for so long?
To be honest, I mean, of course, they're really good players, and they're just synergized really well. But I think a lot of it is also experience, just being able, like, just participating in the MDI and TGP for so long on Echo side really gave them, like, this kind of routine on how they are practicing. Practice is something that we don't talk about that often during the broadcast, but it's incredibly important on how you practice for the MDI. Some teams have said when they started participating in the MDI, they didn't know how to approach their practice. They didn't know how much time they're supposed to invest into this dungeon, into that dungeon, into a certain strategy. Like, is this worth to practice for like 3 hours, or should we just do 1 hour, right? And I think Echo, having so much experience, really like has a perfect strategy for practice, which maybe some other teams have not quite figured out yet. So I think experience is just the main thing for Echo.
Yeah, I think a little part of that is also how you deal with when something doesn't go wrong. If you have a lot of experience in that regard of like, oh, you know, my team is very good at communicating, catching those fails when they happen and kind of working around it, which is something that Echo is just always very good. It doesn't happen a lot, but if it happens, they're very, very good and kind of still saving the pull, still saving the run without having to invest too much. Oh, so I think that's also a part of it, but why don't we have a look at the Ataldazar that is coming up, because 23 Tyrannical Key, obviously we're still in the MDI, it's not going to be TGP style, scary, every boss is probably going to kill you, but might get a little bit harder here.
Yeah, that's right. So, and it's another opportunity for some seriousness to, you know, come back and have a cleaner dungeon, if nothing else. But Zyronic, it's been a while. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Ataldazar. What are your thoughts going into this one?
Oh man, Ataldazar is probably one of my favorite MDI keys that we've ever had in the MDI, because for the entirety of BFA, the amount of strat progression we saw in this dungeon from the beginning of the expansion to the end of the expansion was crazy, culminating in that giant snap double snap pull, actually, that we saw onto Rezon at the start of the dungeon. Now, of course, most of the snapping that we saw back then isn't really possible anymore. There are still some safe spots you can stand that you could stand back in the day that are still allowed, but, like, the snapping isn't there anymore, so the teams that played back in the day will have to come up with differing strategies nowadays to try to go just as fast. Now, I think this dungeon can still be a really quick dungeon. Sub 9 minutes is, I think, the fastest that we saw back in BFA. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be able to hit that, but this is still going to be a very quick, very dangerous dungeon because the teams can go massive with their pulls here, especially on Tyrannical.
Yeah, we know Echo is going to do exactly that. This dungeon was always fun to me, too, because you've got this, big open area, and you can kind of do it as you please to a certain extent. Obviously, you have to open up the stairs at one point, blah, blah, blah. But, like, the ways you can approach this dungeon, did end up evolving a lot over time, and it's just fun. This season has so many dungeons I like. I've really, really enjoyed it. But, speaking of enjoyment, some seriousness could get a little bit more enjoyment out of their showcase here in the MDI. If they're able to take a map off of Echo, it is a huge mountain to climb coming into this, facing the champions, having a rough map 1. But here's where you dig deep and you say, we need some seriousness. And you follow through. They said their name came from something their guild leader said once. Well, now it's time to channel that ambition, that energy, that power to try to take a map off Echo and stay in the series as we get loaded into Atal Dazar here. I was hoping we'd get right into the game as I ended that. It would have been so smooth, but
that would have been perfect.
I was so close.
I'm sorry. Production, wow.
We're almost in there.
But the affixes we have in Atal Dazar for the MDI this weekend are actually the same affixes we have on live servers. So you as a viewer, you can actually compare the runs. If you have been running Atal Dazar this week with these affixes, you can compare how fast your runs are with your average pack group and then compare them to Echo and some seriousness. See if you see any similarities. Maybe you could be participating in the MDI yourself.
Yeah, sure.
You could.
My runs look a lot like what we're about to see, I'm sure. Yeah.
Shout out to Raider.io for giving us some stats, because the fastest Atal Dazar on 23 with these affixes thus far sits at 17 minutes 06. And I'm pretty sure we're going to go way below that. So, but maybe the people that did the 17, maybe they're watching this and they're like, hey, maybe we could also be faster.
Honestly, banging out a 17 on live with like no practice, no strategies, like these teams have been going at for a week that's pretty impressive, honestly. Maybe they should be looking into doing MDI.
Yeah, why not? And I mean, that comp, if we look at the live server one, they had a Beastmaster Hunter, they had a Fury Warrior, they had an Unholy Death Knight. So I think it's just a good example of, like, when you're playing on live, if you're not playing in the MDI, you can play the class you like, play the spec you like. You don't need to necessarily mirror what you see at the pro level, unless you're really trying to go pro, Play what you like. Right?
No, play what's good.
Come on, back me
You
up
can
on
play
this.
what you like, but I won't invite you in my
disagree.
group if you're not a meta class.
Right, and nothing is more meta than the spec that you're known for, right?
I mean, somebody has to
Moonkin
even
is
out
always
the
meta.
Moonkin, right? That's why she needs the meta classes. It's hard, it's just hard to play with one dead DPS,
As a long-term enhancement shaman enjoyer, we had our moment in the sun, I feel like, earlier in this expansion, and we're still good. We're still good. We're still decently high on a lot of the tier lists, but, not going to show up in NBI anytime soon, probably. Sadly. But hey.
Probably not.
Now is to
Maybe
just play
TGP.
some Aug Evoker. Maybe TGP. Yeah, that's possible.
Maybe. We saw it last time.
Yeah. What else do you think we might see this weekend too? While we're kind of waiting, it sounds like the map need to be remade really quick. Do you think we're going to see a little bit of the augmentation evoker? We've seen it pop up in like the 4 DPS comps from time to time in time trials. People have talked about it. Now that we're here in the top 16, do you think we're going to see it show up at all?
I think it's unlikely to see the augmentation evoker. It is a potential 4th DPS pick if teams do decide to no-heal a dungeon, but like I was talking about, before our first dungeon, I think the premier picks for that 4th DPS slot are probably going to be things like the Ret Paladin or the Feral Druid, classes that can do good damage, but also provide some off-healing for the team, in the absence of a healer. Augmentation, it can work in that slot. It's probably a higher DPS option, especially since you have 3 DPS to augment instead of just the normal 2. But it's a matter of whether or not you need the healing output versus just the mitigation that augmentation brings.
True. Any other opinions? I feel like we haven't seen a Ret Paladin in MDI or TGP, like, probably not since I started hosting it. I'm trying to think of when the last time would be, unless I'm forgetting something. Nagura, do you remember any Ret Paladin? Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the biggest problem for them was always like their target cap, which is a problem for some other classes as well. But they have really strong utility. Maybe the main issue for them is that the other paladin specs were good, right? Because if you have a holy paladin, you don't want to run a red paladin, and holy paladin has been good a lot for MDI and TGP, and prot paladin has been run as well. So maybe that's one of the issues that red paladin has, on top of other things.
No one's gonna run the 3 paladin comp? Get all the specs in there?
Nope.
Probably not. No.
You saw the druid comp, right?
I was gonna say we did see the druid comp once. That's
or 4
true.
druids,
It's time.
4 druids and a
Here
BM
we
hunter.
go.
True.
That's right. All right, let's go. Some seriousness, trying to get back into the thing against Echo. Let's see if they can do it on a Taldazar.
Right off the bat, differing comps. That rogue is swapped out for a Shadow Priest on the side of Echo, swapped out for a Unholy DK on the side of Some Seriousness. Going into the very first pull, every single trash mob on this left side of the room has been pulled by Echo. I believe Some Seriousness also going for the same pull. You can see that Colossus is now in. Need to make sure to lock this trash down. Any extra casts go off, it's going to be bad for the teams. That mantle goes up, that means no more casts can get interrupted, and they just have to heal through the damage going out on the teams. Looks like the Colossuses are dead, so most of the danger is gone. And both teams are through here. Some Seriousness actually a little bit faster, but with a tiny bit less trash.
Yeah, that's some insane pulls coming in by both of these teams. And Raging, making this so much more difficult, right? You have below 30%, you cannot interrupt anything anymore unless you're soothing off the Raging effect, which they can only do with the Rasta Druid on Echo's side. And yeah, you have all of these casters, you have the bubble that it cannot be interrupted anymore, and all of a sudden nothing can be interrupted. But did manage to get through that pull as Echo and Some Seriousness both engaging Priestess Alunsa now, while fighting the rest of the trash in that pack. You can see some of the members also are standing in a location where the charges maybe are not going out from these juggernauts, or they are dodging it as much as they can. And they're also really far away from the gold spawn, from the ad spawn that always spawns on top of the stairs. They are making sure they're CCing it with various different kinds of CCs that they have available. For example, the root from the druid, of course, on Echo's side. And they're just nuking down Priestess Alunsa so quickly. Some Seriousness doing so well, though. Looking at the trash percentage, they're now above Echo in percent. Now, of course, Echo, once they finish off this trash, they're going to be ahead again because they pulled more initially. Yeah, Some Seriousness is looking really good in this Taldazar so far.
This is actually such an efficient pull, right? Because the boss ends up doing most of the damage to itself every single time it does transfusion. If you have that blood debuff on all 5 of your members, it does 25% of the boss's HP to itself. So, go through 3 cycles, you only have to do 25% of the boss's HP, and you can spend the rest of that time worrying about dealing with the trash they pulled with the boss. And you can see, because of the efficiency of the pull from Echo there, they were able to actually finish off the boss before Some Seriousness did.
Snapping.
Making their way down to Razan, now snapping some swords down here. And they've also pulled that middle trash pack as well, with all of the dinosaurs in it too. This is pretty scary as far as pulls in this dungeon go, but again, with the size of the pulls that they're going for, all of them are scary. They also have some Sky Screamers in there as well, so they have to make sure they don't let a single one of those Screech casts go off. But did they reset the boss?
Very interesting. They did, unfortunately. I don't think that was intended at all by Echo. Unfortunately, resetting the boss here. But yeah, the middle pack, definitely difficult to deal with because of the charge as well. You can see the frenzied charge going through right now. They are pinging it immediately as soon as they see the direction, because if anyone gets stunned, especially if now gets stunned, it can be super dangerous. So that's one of the most difficult things they have to deal with when they snap this on top of the boss. Resan now respawn for Echo. They're immediately pulling it on top. Some Seriousness has the opportunity to catch up to Echo here because of that reset that happened for Echo, but Echo's still ahead in percentage because they pulled that middle pack. And of course, once they finish off those 2 mini bosses from the pack, they're also going to be even further ahead. Some Seriousness, though, also has some trash they can finish off on their side, too.
That was definitely, pretty good for some Seriousness. They might even be a little bit in the lead right now if they're able to, efficiently deal with the rest of this trash. You can see they're a slight bit ahead on boss percentage here. Something I want to point out from the beginning of the dungeon that we really haven't been able to point out just yet because it's been non-stop action since the start of the key. On the very first pull of the dungeon, Echo pre-lusted the pull. They lusted about 10 seconds before they even started gathering the trash together. Now, it's definitely not a fat finger. It's not something Genji does. It very likely means that they have something very close to like a 10-minute 30 dungeon timer in practice, and they need to get that lust on cooldown right away so that they can get it back up as quickly as possible for the second lust later in the dungeon. So that's pretty exciting if they can get this key down to that quick of a time already.
It would be impressive for sure, as Echo not only deals with Resan, all of the rest of the trash is dead. Some Seriousness still has some mobs, one mob, actually two still left they have to deal with, but also looking good on their side as well. They did drop low a little bit there, but looks like they are fine for now. As Echo did catch up on boss percentage again. Somehow they just found the damage. Now, of course, they are playing a little bit of a different comp, so that is something that you have to consider whenever you are looking at the damage that they can deal. One of the teams maybe having a little bit more AoE, while the other team having a little bit more single target. But yeah, the unholy DK being so nice for such huge pulls too.
And I mean, things like the Shadow Priest Fire Mage combination, getting you a lot of just free cleave while you're doing your single target's pretty nice. That's a really interesting gateway from the Warlock. I don't think I've ever used that gateway before to get back up to this middle platform from Razan's platform. Gonna have to incorporate that into my playbook for later on. But into the next trash pull here. 2 packs of swords, plus their Sky Screamers being pulled into the Shield Bashers here as well. And I didn't see, did they get the rogues in as well from the
we got a fear go off for some Seriousness. It looks like that might be a full wipe.
No.
Double fear went off from the Sky Screamers. Their tank does go down. It looks like it's a full wipe. So unfortunate for them, as they did do the same gateway skip back up the platform as Echo did. But as they were gathering up all of these Sky Screamers into the next pull, they just had a fear go off. And obviously with the fear going through, the tank not being able to use mitigation, just dying to that trash. And then it just domino affects the rest of the players too. So unfortunate. It was so close up until this point. But then that one
Echo had a fear go off too. Echo had a fear go off too. Cauterize comes out from Genji, but it looks like they were able to live through it just barely here. They're going to be fine as most of the dangerous trash was dead. The swords jumping around while being feared is definitely something that'll lead to your wipe there. There were only a couple of mobs left for Echo there when that fear went off, so they're able to live through it. But couple of mistakes coming out from Echo in this key shows that they can bleed here, but their trash is almost all the way done here. 98%. All they have to do is deal with one final trash mob here, maybe like an extra Sky Screamer at the end of the dungeon will get them where they need to be. On to Volcall here, though, and it's just even cleave here, making sure you're cleaving down these totems as evenly as possible so you can get to the second phase.
Yeah, and with the percentage they're up to, they're just going to do boss into boss now. The last percent they're probably going to get from a Sky Screamer, they can drag up to the last boss, to Yasma. So just basically bosses they have to deal with. It's tyrannical, so they still have to worry about those bosses, but not too much danger coming up, except Yasma. That is some boss you can always wipe to. And that definitely happens in my pack groups all of the time, which is unfortunate because it's always at the very end that you wipe and deplete the key in. But yeah, there we go. As some Seriousness now is also engaging the boss, making sure they are cleaving those reanimated totems down simultaneously, evenly. And of course, in phase 2, you want to make sure you're not getting hit by any of these puddles, ticks, because otherwise you're very likely going to die on top of the rest of the AoE damage that this boss does in this phase.
Yeah, and also some Seriousness is down a little bit of extra trash count as well. I'm not sure what they missed along the way, but they'll have to make that up at some point, which just sets them even further behind than they are. Being 50% behind on a tyrannical boss is already pretty ridiculous, but yeah, they're going to have to find some extra trash along the way towards Yasma at the end of the dungeon here. Echo's still chipping away at Volcall here. The room is starting to fill up with that slime that he spits out every now and again, but as long as they do a good job of placing it, they'll be totally fine. And you can see the middle of the room is starting to clear up again, so even if this were to go on for a little bit longer, they would still have plenty of room to finish it off. It's going to be a quick kill for Echo here in the next 10 seconds or so. Now, they're going to run towards Yasma here. I think it is just a Sky Screamer that they have left for their trash count, though.
Yeah, I think so as well. They will be skipping that trash again with that Imprison very nicely by Now here on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Imprison, of course, being a true CC, which means that if you CC him up with Imprison and you walk past it, you're not getting encumbered with it. Unlike something like Sheep or Hibernate or Shackle, those will get you encumbered anyway. But Imprison and also Sap from a Rogue will not get you encumbered. That's what they use to get past. And now the most dangerous part, the spiders on the stairs. Kill so many people every day.
Yep, of course, neither of our teams is going to have a death to it. That would be silly, especially at this level of competition. So we don't need to cover it too much, because that would just be jinxing it. Here we go, on to Yasma here. Let's see what the strategy is for dealing with these ads here. Now, they're dropping them pretty close to the boss here, but as long as they have sigils for it, they're never going to get anywhere close to the boss, and they can very quickly deal with them with their AoE damage. That Sky Screamer now coming in as well. It's just going to be an extra kick for them to deal with. Actually, they have 2 of them. I don't think they needed 2 of them, but they've got 2 of them nonetheless here. Maybe it's just extra funnel for the boss damage here, which is actually something they get a lot out of for their team, so not bad at all. You just have to do a two target kick rotation, which is actually pretty annoying with 3 casters in your group.
Yeah, that's another thing to mention as well about the interrupts, right? Because full caster groups are actually not something that is super common for the MDI, especially because when you pull so big, you need so much control. You need so many interrupts, so many AoE stuns, so many AoE interrupts. And usually melee classes have more of those AoE interrupts on top of also having a shorter normal interrupt. But there we go, the Bloodlust is coming up for Echo, as we talked about earlier. Jinji using that Bloodlust so early made it possible for them to use Bloodlust again at the very end. Because they're just now 10 minutes and 30 seconds into the dungeon, and Yasma is about to go down. This is such a fast run by Echo.
Yeah, I mean, this is good timing for this run, right? The Infernal came up just as the Lust came up with the Power Infusion for maximum single-target blast. It actually makes me wonder, if they hadn't reset Razan, would the Lust actually have come up here at all? Maybe like at the last 10%. I mean, still, all things said and done, this is a fantastic run from Echo. Some Seriousness played a lot better in this, keeping it close the entire time, but it just isn't enough to compete with Echo, as they are going to be taking our first series of the day, 2-0.
That's right. The once and possibly once again future champs Echo managed to grab the 2-0 against Some Seriousness. You were right. It was a much cleaner run this time around. I think they were sitting at about 5 deaths at the end there, which is a strong showing. But man, Echo again just dominating these keys coming in. And you know what? I mean, you just use the Bloodlust at the start, and then if you need it again down the road, fine. If it's there, fine. If it's not, fine. You're getting it done in sub like 10:30 anyway, so what does it matter at the end of the day? It's a victory for Echo. Let's take a look at some of the moments from that dungeon, though.
Yeah, let's take a look. So first off, you were already talking about it, that first lesson, look at how big they are going. There's so much that you need to keep in mind with these pulls here. The Juggernaut's jumping. You do want to be in a safe situation, which is exactly what you can see from Zelia up there, kind of being protected from the Juggernaut, absolutely annihilating him. Very nice little technique. And then, of course, in the end, it did work out. Both teams here using the Demon Hunter Cage to just sneak on by. Also, shout out, I do want to say, to Some Seriousness for bringing a DK. That always gives bonus points in my book. And then we're going to take a look here at Echo and their reset. Now, I wasn't able to see what exactly was going on there. The boss casted the fear and it just vanished. It can happen. There's a lot of things on this boss that can make it a little bit fidgety. From everything I saw, there was no tornado. There was no like weird leap. It just poof, and it was gone, which is a little bit unfortunate. And then we did see this really cool kind of gateway tech from both teams getting out of Razan, and the way that Dway added the rest of the trash into this pull, I thought was just really, really neatly done. And I feel like we did see Some Seriousness redeem themselves from that very first dungeon, which was definitely a bit rougher. Here's that gateway once again, super cool, just makes you get up there way faster. And then here is where it went wrong, unfortunately, for Polish friends. They did have that fear go off, and that was a full team wipe. You can see the deaths kind of come in here, had to reset all of that. Echo also had some fidgetiness with that one, but they were able to save it. And then in the end, you can see the skyscrapers just running in their top left corner as they are getting through the gate and making their way to the boss. Really nicely done, 11 minutes.
Yeah, and there's the numbers at the end of the dungeon, but the only numbers that really end up matter are a 2 and an 0, which is the map score for Echo. But as we do kind of break down this a little bit more, is there anything, Nagura, that jumps out at you?
I mean, I think I didn't expect them to do such big pulls, especially at the very start of the dungeon. You can see the graph as well at the very start for Echo just doing so much damage for that first pull. That looks so dangerous to me, especially with Raging. And I feel like if they're missing a little bit of damage or they're a little bit unlucky with some of those casts going through, I feel like you can just die. Because Juggernaut's cannot be interrupted anymore. You cannot interrupt any cast. All of these wildfires are going off. So yeah, that looked incredibly dangerous to me, on top of the Colossus casting that Fixate. If you have a double on a player, I don't know, like that's looked very dangerous, but it looked at the same time they managed to do it so cleanly. So we'll see if the other teams are pulling off that same pull as well for other teams or for other runs.
Yeah, that's right. So again, once more, a 2-0 for Echo. Zyronic, as we close out the first match of the day here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Any final thoughts on that last one, other than the obvious? Echo is good. It's rough if you have to face them.
Well, some things never change, obviously, right? But enough talking about Echo. I want to go look at the dungeons and what this kind of means for the rest of the competition, right? These first couple of dungeon runs were blazing fast. Now, I know it's hard to compare expansions to expansions because there's different dungeon scaling stuff, and classes have different toolkits. But back in Legion, a fast Blackrock hold run was somewhere in the 15 to 16 minute range, and Echo just did a sub 13 run. Right, Ataldazar was a little bit slower, but that makes sense because you don't have as much of the snapping as you did back in the day. It did a little bit of under-res-on, but you can't really do it anywhere else in the dungeon to make it go faster. So it makes sense that that's a little bit slower. But if that's the pace we're going to see at this key level for the rest of the competition, there is very little room for error in these keys. Like we saw in that Blackrock hold, if one thing goes wrong, that can easily cascade into more mistakes because you don't have the cooldowns where you plan for them to be. And, if a team has a clean run, they will just run away with the dungeon. So I think consistency is definitely going to be the key here. Teams really can't go for the craziest of strats if they can't consistently pull it off.
Yeah, so I guess I'm curious then, with your opinion. I'll just leave this out for anyone who wants to answer it. Do you feel like the faster dungeon times are due to people, like players just in general, having more experience in the Mythic Plus environment? Is it the way that specs have changed over time? As we go into the break, kind of, I want to hear some basic thoughts on why we generally see quicker keys than we did before.
Yeah. I mean, I think we hit on that top of show a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Nagura.
Sorry, I want to say that this season especially, when it comes to tuning of the dungeons, because the key level tuning always is, it's always a little bit different from season to season. And this season especially, we see really, really high keys on live servers. And in comparison, the MDI key level is a little bit lower than usual. So I think that is something that makes these teams go so fast, on top of some other tuning when it comes to survivability of the classes and damage output in comparison. But on top of that, I think the teams also just got better. Of course, even Echo, which is a team that we think has hit the ceiling of how good you can be as an MDI team, they still get better every time, right? So, of course, that is also relevant.
That's right. Well, it's time to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be our second match of the day. It's going to be DAWGS taking on, or DAWGS? DAWGS, I guess I could say, versus the Dire Wolves. That's right. It's going to be a great matchup, and the winner is going to have to face Echo. So, show us what you got. Don't go anywhere. The Mythic Dungeon International will be back in just a few. welcome back everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host Doe here along with Makes Nagura, and joining us for the first time this season is none other than Tettles, just in time for a little bit of DAWGS versus Dire Wolves action. Tettles, when you check out the DAWGS here in Game of... See, I have to say it that way. It's DAWG. You have to say DAWGS, right? What do you think of them, the DAWGS?
I mean, I think we're gonna have some dog-on-dog violence here in game 2, as we have the wolves facing up against the dogs.
That's true, you know. And
Doa,
wolves are
it's
kind
safe
of,
to say,
more the apex predator.
That's true, and they both got those dogs in them.
There you go. That's right.
Stop.
Oh man, who let the dogs out?
Inside every man, there are two
Be over
wolves.
here. Bye. Oh, it's back. I love that transition. I love it. I live for that transition. Well, here are the DAWGS in all their glory. Lemiki, Velo, Soda, Gel, and Dr. J. He's back. And so, as we look at this team, what can we expect from the DAWGS? Makes, fill us in.
I mean, you know, this is the team where after a while of a season, we'll refer to it to the Dr. J team, and then somebody else will say, no, this is the Lamike team, and then somebody else will say, no, this is the Soda team. So really, there's a lot of players in here with a lot of competitive history and experience, and the question is, how does it come together? How will they be able to kind of work around that experience in a group? And if they can do that, I think we have high chances for them. But of course, you know, I gotta kind of get my OS bias out there. I'm rooting for the Dire Wolves a little bit.
Kind of interesting.
I feel like the
Shelly's
Dire
been,
Wolves
I think,
are a team
coaching.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Shelly's been like coaching the MDI teams like the past couple of seasons, so I'm interested in seeing how he's gonna do. I mean, this is a Warlock season; it's a great time to be a Warlock, so but he's probably not too upset.
Yeah, as we just saw, I feel like the Dire Wolves too are an org, are a team that have come close to greatness, but have just not quite gotten over the hill yet for that. And will this be the season, Nagura, that they make it?
I'm not sure. It is a little bit. It has always been difficult for the Dire Wolves, being from Australia, having to play the tournament at really unfortunate times on their side. So that is always something that has been difficult for them. They have to change their schedule while also practicing for the MDI, which of course is difficult, because even if they manage to change their schedule for the tournament and they're actually not tired during the tournament, they probably have been tired during practice while they were adjusting the schedule. So it's always a little bit difficult for them. And then of course they also changed their healer this time around, as Thick Shake is coming in this time. So we'll see how that's going to be working out for them, as both of the teams are banning Morrison's Rise. Interesting.
All right. I know that is another one people were saying that they were a little bit more concerned about. It's the only 24 out of the keys available for this set. So, you know, maybe that's part of it too. You just take out the highest key level, and that leaves us with an Everbloom to start things off. And then Darkheart Thicket, which we saw in match number 1. And then if we make it to the third map, we'll go back to Atal Dazar. So once again, skipping the Throne of Tides. So not getting to see the oldest dungeon returning in the pool this season.
Everbloom,
I personally am not too sad about not seeing Throne.
Yeah, no? that key is really hard. I think that this Everbloom is going to be kind of interesting too, since it's on Sanguine. It was one of the time trial dungeons, so the teams assumedly have a ton of practice in here. But there was definitely some interesting strategies that teams used during time trials that are no longer able to be done because they've been fixed, right? So like taking Dulu out of the second boss area and the Stinger mind control tech, that's not really something we're going to see. I would expect to see Gnarl Root pulled, but we're going to see how these teams do it in a second.
Wow, all right, the dogs pulling out the 4 DPS comp, no healer key, while Bello is on that Aug Evoker, so very interesting. Bloodlust already being used as well by dogs, meaning they're probably going to be so fast in a dungeon that they need the Bloodlust to be used very early, as Bello does go down, a channel going through, not being interrupted, and has to release immediately, also proccing that cheat death too. And the Abo cast is going off. 2 Abo casts, you can see, taking so much damage from those double dots without a healer on the group. They have to use all of their defenses, making sure they survive this pull here, with Bello being dead as well. But yeah, there we go. They somehow did manage to recover, and Bello is back. This is just very dangerous for them without a healer.
Well, they do have a healer, Nagura. They do have Sanguinicker that's actually healing some of it right now, but they're doing a great job of keeping that under control and finishing it off. Like you said, a lot of determining factors in this. The Berserkers, you have all of those casts you need to kind of dodge and survive, and it's very impressive that they did this pull just without a healer. Now, we are going to see them kind of sneak back here, and from here on out, they will try to find more ways to traverse this dungeon, I assume, as we are going to see this gate come on over into this area of the first boss that they want to play. And then the direwolves are actually going in a very different direction. We're in fight with Narwood, just to keep you kind of updated on what's going on the right side of your screen. We're having a traditional comp. We have the Resto Druid in there. No healer key, none of that nonsense, as some people would say. And we're going to go and make way towards that first actual boss in the dungeon.
Yeah, so for direwolves, also a little bit of a difference. Just to give you some numbers from the time trials, even though some things changed from the time trials to the tournament, as the Tettles mentioned earlier, DAWGS did have the 8th seed overall in Everbloom, and they got an 1134 clear, while direwolves had the 11th seed in the time trials, specifically in Everbloom, with a 1255. And direwolves also played Mistweaver and Unholy DK in Everbloom, so they are switching up here and playing that meta comp now with the Resto Druid and the Shadow Priest. But yeah, very interesting to see the no healer coming out for DAWGS in this dungeon. We've mainly seen the no healer in Rise during the time trials, and also time trials is something different than the tournament, right? You have a lot more tries in the time trials. If you deplete the key, it doesn't matter. So you can play a super risky comp and a super risky strategy. So that's why sometimes the time trial times are a lot faster than the tournament times. While in a tournament, you have to be a little bit more conservative, take a little bit less risks, but apparently not for DAWGS.
I'm just getting so nervous at no healer keys and people being low, but Willow's doing a fantastic job of hanging in there and getting himself back up, making it through this boss fight here. But yeah, like you're saying, a little bit of changes, I think, on the side of direwolves. We're seeing it also due to just the personal swap. They had the person that played Brewmaster or Mistweaver actually go out and have a new healer, so maybe some stuff isn't possible anymore that they tried in the time trials. We're going to see how it goes for them as they are making headway towards that boss. The DAWGS are already finished. That's their first boss locked in. We're going to see another gateway up here to kind of avoid some of these caster ads. Have a lot of annoying casts who don't want to deal with this, even on Tyrannical. Just going to try and get into this fight here as soon as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing and rounding this up here.
So difficult to really determine which team is ahead at this point because they're taking such different routes. Direwolves, they are up to 51%, so quite a bit in the lead when it comes to enemy forces, but DAWGS already having finished one of those bosses off and already fighting or close to fighting the second boss. It's hard to tell which team is ahead here. Direwolves, though, they are fighting with their bark, and we saw a thick shake on that Resto Druid, shadow melting off combat and then stealthing ahead to get some trash back. You can see these caster mobs that they have here on Direwolf's side. You have to worry a little bit about Sanguine here. Yeah, these casters being able to play them on the boss, very efficient on their side. But the casters also incredibly dangerous. You have all of these Pyroblasts that have to be interrupted, the Arcane Blast, the Frost Bolts, just so much damage going out. But they did a very good job finishing off that trash on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, it's still having some of the Sanguine puddles there as they are slowly despawning on the right side. On the left side, we are now also in fight with the Archmage Soul herself and making way through that fight. There's a couple of ads still on there that they're also cleaving at the same time. And the big issue with this one is, of course, how are you dealing with these mechanics? You can actually see Shella and Dr. J, both of them going out to bait this Arcane Orb and then using these little pillars here to make sure you're not going to get yeeted all over the place. Nice little tech. You can also do it at the pillars in the middle. Just make sure that if you are close to those, you're not accidentally getting stuck on them, which I'm sure nearly every melee has ever experienced in this key. So really nicely done of them to try and get that out there as they are, I think, blazing through this key. You said it, it's pretty hard to distinguish on who's where, but with them already having nearly 2 bosses down in similar percent, I think the DAWGS might be in the lead here.
Yeah, I think so as well, but they do have to backtrack. That is something that Direwolves doesn't necessarily have to do. As you can see some wall jump going on for Direwolves. They are going to be skipping ahead, getting past some of this trash with a nice leap coming in by Chompy here. And we see some tiny gateways being used by Direwolves. Really cool, making sure they get through to this side without having to go all the way around. While DAWGS, on the other hand, are doing it backwards. So the gateway is down now, and they have to go back to Witherbark, making sure they deal with that boss as well. Both of the teams still have to do a lot of percentage, which they want to be doing as efficiently as possible. Direwolves pulling some trash on top of the boss here, but Soul standing in Sanguine for a little while there. That was a little bit scary, as they want to make sure none of that heal is going through to the boss. The trash can heal a little bit, that's fine, but the boss certainly should not be healing, otherwise they're going to be losing a lot of time. DAWGS on the left side of the screen, though, they are waiting for Witherbark to engage as they're fighting this trash in the water. Naruto's coming too. This is a very big pull by DAWGS.
Keep in mind, this team is not
silence?
running a healer. Yeah, it's because of the silence. So once you pull everything in here, you don't actually get affected by it because of the different set access, which is really nice. At the same time, you can still like get Sanguine potentially. Maybe I think.
Oof.
Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, the millions are rising. Oh, unfortunate. That's a lot of damage they now have to do again.
Yeah, so Dreadnought said that Sanguine is also spawning the floor, but I did see Naruto heal a little bit, so maybe it's because of the hitbox of that mob just being much bigger. You can see Naruto setting in Sanguine again for a second, did not heal though. So yeah, they're doing a really good job. This is such an interesting pull by DAWGS. Yeah, they're getting so much percentage. You look at the DPS by Shell as well, and the Master Warlock getting up to 2 million DPS here. Incredible. As yeah, now they can just fight Naruto, and they did so much percent. I think they were at 59% before this pull, and now they're at 95.
Yeah,
so
they made like 40.
Incredibly
it was a lot for sure. Now, at the same time, the Wolves are finishing out this boss here. We know that they already dealt with this area, but if you're comparing how the Wolves dealt with the Witherbark area and how DAWGS just absolutely annihilated any and every NPC that's in this area, I think it's hard to come back to that. We're going to see how they deal with this boss here on the right-hand side, while the DAWGS are dealing with Witherbark on the left-hand side, of course. We could also still pull something onto this boss here, but we don't really need to for the side of DAWGS. We have 95, like you said, and I think the last % of trash, they maybe just want to try and get onto the very last boss.
Yeah, so Direwolves, maybe not as... I think it's still very close, because Direwolves is playing some trash here on top of the boss that they're playing right now. And they're closer to the last... actually, maybe not closer, considering DAWGS has the gateway. This is still really close, though. I think Direwolves has to do only 2 bosses, right? They go from this boss with trash to the last boss with trash. I don't think there's any like trash pull in between where they only do enemy forces, but we do see a Sanguine pull, unfortunately, healing Dulu up to 100% on Direwolf's side. That is certainly a little bit unfortunate, as DAWGS is fighting Witherbark. That is a boss that just takes a long time. You know, like even if you get the extra damage increase on the boss, it just seems to never end. Same as the last boss as well in this dungeon, actually. They just seem to last endlessly on that tyrannical kilo.
It was a different time back then, Nagura. I'm sure you remember all of those bosses. You're just going to spend a little bit of time there. But they are getting closer and closer, so Witherbark will fall soon. And on the right-hand side, we are seeing how that pull for the Direwolves could change. Jack going back there, trying to maybe grab something? Is that what happened? Yeah, look at it. We have some menders coming in.
Yeah, very nice. Tech here by Jack, making use of the alter time and the double blink and all of the defenses basically to not die. A really cool tech by Direwolves. Yeah, not as efficient as we saw from DAWGS. This one trash pull that they did, it was just so efficient. Just so much trash that is being done there. But yeah, Direwolves now fighting Dulu only while cleaning down this trash, making sure they don't get any more Sanguine healing onto the boss. But yeah, DAWGS already on their way to the last boss now. Now we can clearly see that DAWGS is firmly in the lead, as the last couple of percentage that they need is going to be pulled onto Yalnu here, the last boss. So we'll see how they deal with this.
Yeah, we're waiting for the last trash mobs. I think they tagged them before they ran in. I'm not really sure on whether or not that happened, or I might have just like imagined it, but I would, yeah, there they are. We're getting some snaps on the assistants in the front there, frontal coming in. Big important, you do not want to stand in that one. Eruption is coming in now as well, and this is where the lust gets committed on the side of DAWGS as they are blasting through this dungeon. Y'all know already down to 77%, and they're getting all of these casts out there really nicely. Direwolves finishing out on Dulu here now as well, but of course they still have a little bit of trash to play as well as make way to Yalnu, so it's going to be very hard for them to try and find any angle here. But I'm really impressed by that DAWGS pull in the water. I thought that was fantastic and so time efficient. Given that one team is playing without a healer though, I'm surprised at how close it is in the overall dungeon progression though.
Yeah, so not playing a healer, of course you have an extra DPS, but it also means you have to play a lot more defensive, which means that each damage dealer does a little bit less damage than if you would have 3. But Yalnu is going down for DAWGS, and that means they're going to be winning that first dungeon against Direwolves with a very clean run by DAWGS.
Yeah, that's it. DAWGS managed to take map number 1. Extremely cool, pretty clean, pretty fast performance. And I don't know, this is another one of those dungeons where, like I said before, I love every dungeon this season, and this was always another one of my favorites because, like, I feel like there's, like, good lore tension at the end of it because you're, like, fighting this creature. It's like it's about to, like, get into town and just wreck people. Like, there's this cool tension to the end of it, too, that I like. But in MDI, talk now, DAWGS performing really well, taking the lead in the series. Makes.
Yeah, I mean, you asked who let the DAWGS out. I believe we have the answer. Which of the DAWGS inside us is actually winning this war?
There you go. They let themselves out.
What do you guys think about the 4 DPS versus 3 DPS comps, just in general? Mix and Nagura. Did you think this was like actually faster?
Yeah, we were talking about it towards the end of this dungeon, right? Because if you're looking at just like how efficient that water pull is, if Direwolves had done something similar, I'm not sure that the no healer is actually worth it, assuming that they have to play much more defensively. But I like seeing it, so I can't complain. I think it's cool when teams try stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought
they also
there
lost
was
a lot of
really
time at the
interesting...
start.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just want to say that they lost a lot of time with the death on Bello, right? They missed the Breath of Ian's at the start, so they might have been quite a bit quicker in that pool, but it's hard to tell.
You do get.
I mean, I know
as well.
I know Tettles didn't ask me, but I like to see it because I like to see that, you can do something different from the norm, and we know that obviously 4 DPS is a thing that's existed for a long time. There's been other like variations on team compositions that haven't been, traditional in the past, but I feel like we just don't get to see it a ton at this level on broadcast. So I always like to see it pop up from that standpoint.
Yeah. I think the big difference was honestly just like the sanguine healing between the two teams. I thought that DAWGS just had a lot less sanguine healing. I was doing some research into how much that Direwolves had in their first pull, and like the meters showed that they didn't have necessarily too much, but whenever you looked at where that sanguine healing went, a lot of it went to Neural Root. I want to say somewhere in the order of like 25 million healing went to Neural Root in that first pull. Ouch. Which of course is going to slow them down a decent amount. Whereas DAWGS, they had about 45 million healing in that pull, but very little of it went to Neural Root, which is the mob that they're just prioing down. They're like fully hitting Neural Root. They're not really hitting the trash. The trash will eventually die, kind of thing. I think that this dungeon is actually quite interesting, and Sanguine is a kind of an interesting variable because like you need to manage your Sanguine perfectly, and that can probably save you minutes in this format. Just making sure that you have like a perfect Sanguine run.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, looking at the Direwolf side of things, like there's a lot of things they could do to sped things up on that side. So this series is far from over. I think this one might end up going to 3 maps, which I'd enjoy seeing. But it's cool to see a team like DAWGS come in, kind of cobble together a team from some, well-known players and perform great in their first map here.
We also should mention that both of these teams are, like, some of the players in these teams are such veterans that, like, they competed maybe even in the first MDI. And the dungeons that we're playing now, I mean, not Everbloom, but DHT, which is the dungeon that is coming up, It's a dungeon that we have played before in the MDI, and I think both teams have players that participated in the MDI when that dungeon was part of it. Not to say that the same strategies would be played, but there's some information that you can go off that maybe you did before that might help you out this time as well.
True
yeah,
enough.
I was
Well,
looking at
numbers.
the 2018 MDI this morning, kind of looking at the APAC finals, which existed back then, and how the former version of the Direwolves actually did there. It was really interesting to see how much we kind of have changed Mythic Plus ever since it was first introduced. It was really cool.
Yeah.
We talked about that a little bit earlier too. Yeah, but looking ahead, going into our next dungeon, do you feel like we're going to see this tied up? Obviously, we have a gigantic sample size between these two teams of 1, but do you feel like the Dire Wolves, have what it takes to tie up the series? I think so.
So, second dungeon is 23 Tyrannical Afflicted Bolstering Darkheart Thicket.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like so much stuff that can actually kind of go wrong in a DHT of that level, where a lot of the mobs can actually snap in this dungeon. So something that Blizzard's done is they kind of changed how snapping works on a lot of mobs. But for the legacy dungeons like Darkheart Thicket, snapping can still be involved in a couple of spots, just like there are a couple rocks and a couple branches that mobs will snap to. I think that while it does speed up your dungeon significantly, it can lead to and it can open you up to a lot of problems. So I don't necessarily know if this is going to be something that the Dire Wolves are like set in stone to be able to win. They're going to bounce back immediately. But I think it's kind of like really open-ended, and it's more about like less mistakes from the teams. I think that this is a dungeon with like a decent amount of opportunities to wipe in.
Yeah. Speaking of, I did get some intel on this Darkheart Thicket from our favorite wolves, and like 2 days ago they told me that their first poll had a 20% win rate. It went down today, so I'm not really sure how much faith we should put, but maybe everything goes your way. There's a lot in that very first poll that we are going to see that can change up how the rest of the dungeon progresses due to how different the HP and mobs is and how bolstering works. So really how big teams go for Darkheart Thicket here in that very first poll and how it plays out is very, very determining, I feel like.
Yeah, I think a lot of the early... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention the Grizzlies, right, with the maddening roar in DHT to start. I assume that's maybe what is causing the 20% win rate, or maybe even lower, because if you don't have enough damage to finish off the bear, but all of the other trash around it has died, then you're certainly gonna die to that maddening roar. I think it's a 60 yards range, so you would have to run really far away to avoid that AoE cast. On top of having Afflicted as well, because there's Poisoners at the start, which put a poison circle on players that does a lot of damage as a dot, but then also explodes at the end. And if you have Afflicted too, there's a lot of dispels that are required when you do those bigger pulls with Poisoners in there.
I'm kind of interested in compositionally.
Bolstering, right?
Yeah. I'm kind of interested in compositionally, like what teams are going to be running in this key. So this is historically one of Rogue, just in general's best dungeon, like of all time. This is like, whenever you think of like the all-time great Rogue dungeons, like Darkheart Thicket is very, very high on the list. I was talking to some of the teams earlier about like why they would play Rogue ever, and typically it's going to end up actually being subtlety, but they will end up normally playing sub in dungeons that you can't mount up in because of like the speed shroud. Obviously, you can mount up in Darkheart Thicket. So I don't know what, like, is Rogue going to see play in DHT? Is that going to be something that's going to be on the table as we move forward? Because it is such, like, you get such great shroud value in this key. There's a lot of opportunities for count, and whenever there are a lot of opportunities for count, that means that there's a lot of opportunities for you to like skip a lot of count in a lot of different areas.
Mm-hmm. I think it sounds like, from what Makes was saying, it all comes down to sort of the chainsaw juggling act of the early pulls in this dungeon. Can you do it cleanly? If you don't, does your opponent not do it cleanly as well? How much time can be gained just by doing that a little bit better than your opponent? And, I've got a feeling, too, this is going to be a dungeon we're probably going to see a pretty standard comp in. I don't think we're going to see any 4 DPS stuff pop up in this anytime soon. But one can hope,
I think this one in
Thinking-
particular has enough kind of like single target hits on players and debuffs that tick that maybe not running a healer on a 23 would be very hard to pull off. You disagree, Nagura?
I'm not sure. Like, I think at the start there's certainly some damage, like the cat leap dot, for example, and also the first boss with the grievous wound. But if you instantly heal it up with something, then that is
Something,
actually
yeah.
not a problem. And I think
Mystery spell,
later
yeah, sure.
on, later on, the last two bosses also allowed up. Yeah, it would be very difficult to do without a heal. Not to say it's impossible, but maybe a little bit too risky.
I didn't
So you're
think
saying
everyone
it-
could get away without
is
playing a
possible.
healer, but then they just did it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like
Yeah.
the Cinderstorm volleys and stuff like that are well known for doing a lot of damage, right? And you need a healer. I don't know. You also do lose a little bit of individual damage whenever you're playing without a healer because of embellishments like Blue Silk and Lining that want you to be over that 90% HP threshold. So you do lose a little bit of damage whenever you're playing without a healer. But
Yeah, I mean, theoretically,
obviously the
you're
damage that
making
you
up for it
gain.
by playing. Yeah, another DPS.
Exactly.
I feel you do have to go very like utility heavy. I mean, you mentioned the poisons at the start. Not only that, you do have the afflicted to deal with. Not to mention, in this dungeon in particular, so many of just the regular mobs have very, very scary abilities. I think a little bit more so than some of the other dungeons, but you never know. Although we'll know in just a second or two. Okay, yep, we got healers. We got healers, everybody. Dire Wolves trying to tie things up. We'll see if they can do it in Dark Heart Thicket.
J. be relaxing as we speak, but our teams are not. We're going into this dungeon, and you can see both teams just running up here. The DAWGS already committing that bloodlust as everything is accumulating right around the corner. For the direwolves, that bloodlust has not been used at. They're still grabbing mobs and trying to get everything together here, and it just seems to be going, Nagura. They don't stop. There it is. That's the bloodlust. That's everything they want. That's a giant pull.
Oh my god, like they just kept going and going and going. There is this one grizzly in there, but they also have lots of poisoners. You can see the divas coming out, as they also have cats in there too, leaping around, putting those grievous wounds. They have two grizzlies actually. This is crazy. They have some of the ruiners not being gathered up all the way. You see this ruiner is bolstered so highly, and they have to finish off the bear before he casts another Maddening Roar, otherwise they're gonna die for certain. So they need to make sure to either outrange it or run away. And it looks like they did managed to finish off the bear, but you can see just how big this one mob is. Chasing Chompy around.
The razor beak.
Does not want to get meleeed by that one, but they finished it off. So if that was a lower than 20% chance to finish off this pool, then they did a great job.
Yeah, 40 struggling against the wall there, but surely he's going to make it over eventually as well. But I'm very impressed with this pull as well. They were super, super negative about their chances in finishing it out and just seemed to be really well executed. We're going to see them hop on over, use another gateway here. Chompy trying to make way, as we are heading towards that very first boss, Glade Dallas. Left-hand side, DAWGS already in fight with similar percentages. They also have some trash pulled on top of it. So both teams are really setting up the speed here.
Also, quickly want to point out just how much damage Velo did at the start of this. Like, Velo did 230k DPS at the start of this pull, single target to the boss, with Heart of the Wild, Convoke, and some trinket combos that he's running. So still, 170k DPS, single target. Look how the boss is melting. That is some insane damage coming out of the healer here. Maybe he's used to playing the 4 DPS comp now, and he's like, you know what? We can play healer, but I'm still gonna just do a lot of damage, so... It's crazy.
I mean, it's a rest
on
or
DAWGS side.
It's hard to get the cat out of them, even if they're a dog, sometimes. But you can see it here, Convoke also coming out, getting all of that damage into the boss. Right-hand side, they're a little bit slower on the overall boss progression, but not too far behind as both teams are finishing out here, getting closer to the end of it. Question is, how are you handling this next sector that's coming up? Because there is a lot of mobs that you can potentially pull together, but it is going to increase the difficulty tremendously and exponentially the further you go.
So I think they're gonna skip a lot of mobs coming up here because the the way the mobs work with the keepers are healing all of the smaller lashers, and it's just incredibly inefficient as a pull. It's not that it's not doable, but it's just inefficient if you have to finish off keepers single target or like 3 targets before you can AoE the rest of the trash group. So to me, that's something that you want to skip in the MDI. Looks like dogs are jumping going down for direwolves. They do have a rest coming up immediately, and they are kiting out the mob here. Thankfully not having a melee comp. If the tank goes down, the boss has to run a little bit before he can reach any of those range players. So good on them for not having any melee players there and recovering that pool as Stumpy does get rest up.
Nagura, I can't believe you chose the cast that we have together to make a mean comment about melees when we are in Darkheart Thicket nonetheless, the dungeon where you will never see melees because the last boss is just evil. But I'll take it. It's okay. They recovered. Chompy back with the team. We're going to see them do a similar style pull that DAWGS is already in here. But Dr. J dying from the Dweller here. Something... Was that intentional? Did we do that on purpose? What's going on?
I'm not sure. So they are pulling.
We'll have to wait for
so they did skip. Yeah, they did skip all of those keeper packs, as I foresaw, of course. And now they are pulling those lashers into the dwellers. It's possible that Dr. J was maybe pulling some of the blossoms, the lashers, into this pack, and maybe got aggro from a dweller. I saw didn't have an interrupt ready to drop that cast, got feared and died. But yeah, I think maybe some shenanigans going on there from the mage. The Dryad is sheeped in the back there. The Dryad, one of those mobs that is very annoying to deal with because they are jumping around. You can see it's sheeped out of bolstering range. So they make sure that the bolstering is not hitting that Dryad. I'm not sure if they're still in combat with it. It's possible if Dr. J was the one pulling the Dryad pack with the lashers, then it's possible that Dr. J sheeped it and then afterwards used either Shadow Melt or Invisibility to drop combat completely with that Dryad so they don't have to deal with it, which is a very neat trick.
I think he maybe tried to melt, but it wasn't ready, and so that's why he died. I was just watching the replay, but we are in fight with O-Card, so let's focus on that. We still have a few of the blossoms on it on the right-hand side. For the direwolves, left-hand side, the DAWGS have finished out most of the pull that they had going on there. Have a little bit of a lead in the percentages as well as on the boss's HP. And now this boss, of course, like you mentioned earlier, is yet another boss that is just going to take a little while. We are on a tyrannical key. You're going to be here for a while and you need to survive these big stompies, but that shouldn't be a problem for them as they are running a healer.
Alright, so really cool on direwolf side. They have the 2 keepers here actually that they pulled into the boss now. So these keepers are with a lasher pack, with a blossom pack, and they just now pulled it on top of the boss, which again makes it efficient, because I said earlier the keepers are inefficient. Oh, Thick Shake actually going down. They do not have a battle rest available for 4 minutes, so that means they have to finish off the boss without the healer. Now we know that we can play some bosses and maybe even whole dungeons without a healer, so they should technically be able to do this, but there's a lot of AoE damage coming through with that stomp, so they need to make sure they have those defensives running. And then Chompy, of course, also taking a decent amount of damage from O-Card whenever the tank is getting picked up by the boss. So let's see if they can finish off the boss here. DAWGS, on the other hand, already done on their side. You see, they're still in combat, I believe.
Yeah, we're seeing what they are up to. On the right-hand side, we did see that Vampiric Embrace already send out. So that was the major off-healing from Chazo to try and keep that group alive, but with 13% to go, it's only these little ads and the last blossom that could give them some trouble on the tank damage, but I think the wolves are through the thick of it as Thick Shake is still on the floor, but the DAWGS are going strong. They picked up everything that they had going here, and we are going into the last boss area. Are we going to pull as well? Yeah, Dresseron is in fight.
Really cool. Dr. J did jump off the other side of the platform with alter time, pulling some trash downstairs and then alter timing back up. So I believe not only do we have 2 Furies in here and a bunch of slimes and whelplings, we're also going to see some more trash coming in just a second probably. Either we see the bats that are being pulled in here or range. Oh, there we are. There are the bats coming in. That was very nicely pulled by Dr. J. I also did see what happened earlier as well, as after the first, after the boss they played earlier, they had to wait for their Shadow Melt to come back up because everyone was in combat, presumably with that Dryad. So they all had to wait for... Oh, Soda does go down. They do not have a Battle Rest available for another 2 minutes. So they also have to play Dressaron without their third damage dealer alive here. So issues for both teams as Direwolves is now caught up. And they're also on Dressaron. Still a little bit behind though in both enemy forces and boss percentage too.
So the big issue with pulling all of this on top of Dressaron is that there's a lot of happy feet mechanics, right? You need to dodge the frontals. You need to make sure you're not standing in any of the puddles that are left over. You can see it Shella going down here as well, and that is starting to spell out disaster for the DAWGS. They're still trying to finish out both the boss as well as the Furies, but now you have the Smallies spawning. You need some CC on those. 2 of your DPS are down, so you're going to have a little bit of a struggle. Of course, at least LeMike has the sigils, but he's also dropping very low here. The team of the DAWGS are struggling with the Dressaron pull. Did they bite off a little bit more than they could chew, perhaps?
They have a rest in 30 seconds, so they might be able to recover this, but these bats are so bolstered at this point. LeMike struggling a little bit to survive here as they are now down, but they still have to deal with these bursters. Did a really good job interrupting them, especially Vengeance Demon Hunter being so good at AoE interrupts. So they are good now. Dressaron is the only thing left that they have to deal with, which is totally fine. They can do that. Bello, of course, having to heal a lot less players with those 2 damage dealers dead, and they have a rest coming up soon, so they fully recovered now and they can finish off the boss. But Direwolves, of course, on their side, not struggling as much, not having the death on their side, and now they're caught up. Now they're ahead in percentage of enemy forces and also percentage of the boss. So this is now Direwolves in the lead. All of a sudden, it turned so quickly. DAWGS looked so good up until this point.
They did, and they are not even... Yeah, there we are. I was waiting for it. That battle rest took a long time for them to pick up Soda. Maybe the spot wasn't right. Maybe they needed to wait just another second to actually decide, yeah, okay, 12%, we'll send it anyway. Quick update on the percentage. It's looking good. Both of these teams have everything that they need before they enter this huge log down here. That's going to be a pull everything from DAWGS. And for the Wolves, I think they have a little bit of extra, so they could potentially skip something. We're going to see how far they actually go up this hallway, but it seems like for now they're just going to keep on going. You can see that gateway come in, make sure that the Rangers can actually keep up with the Vengeance Demon Hunter as the DAWGS now also finishing off Dressaron and making way towards that last boss.
This looks like there's going to be a difficult pull coming up for Direwolves as they gathered up all of this trash, or at least they pulled it. And now they're also engaging Shade of Xavius. They do have Bloodlust available and this being popped, but with bolstering being an affix, this is so dangerous. They have to make sure they're all sending in melee so the stalkers are not jumping out, but at the same time they have that nightmare ability from the boss, which means you need to go out of the group so you don't get feared. So the trash has to go down before that comes out. The growing paranoia, you can see it on Jack as Jack does walk out and the bolstering is going through. If any of the stalkers are still alive at this point, Jack probably is going to get one shot by that jump, but all of the trash does go down. Very cleanly done by Direwolves.
Yeah, this last pull is insane to me, but it's so great how they finished it out. They are now entering the second phase on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, you're seeing the struggle with it. Velocat dropping really low, all of these stalkers creating a lot of extra buzz around them, but that Bloodlust is helping and keeping everyone alive as well as finishing out the trash quickly, and they are zooming, trying to get at the same spot that the Wolves are already at. There's not a whole lot between them, but it is going to be hard to maybe get that back. Shade of Xavius down to 26% for the Wolves as they are trying to steal back the Serious 1-0 it is right now, and it could be 1-1 if they take this.
And Direwolves looking very strong at this point. They're also 5 seconds ahead in death penalty in comparison to DAWGS, and Shade of Xavius is about to go down as they only have 10% left to deal with, while DAWGS did manage to recover really well on those issues they had on Dressaron, but not well enough, as Direwolves is slowly but surely finishing off the boss and sending us to a third game. Very good series so far between DAWGS and Direwolves. Well done.
That's right. There's more than one dog in this race, and the other dog is a wolf. Direwolves. to be precise. They are going on to the third map. Don't shake your head, Tettles. I saw you over there. I saw you over there shaking your head. But they did it. They did it. It was close. And I'm glad we're getting this match because this is the 8 and the 9 seed coming out of time trials. DAWGS is number 8. Direwolves are number 9. And it's as close as you would hope it would be. We're going to the third map, which I believe is Atal Dazar. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit, Tettles, about what we saw in the map we just got through.
I mean, there were some real demonic pulls on both sides. I thought that both of these teams were incredibly close. And, you know, if there just aren't deaths for DAWGS on Dresseron, it probably goes their way. But it was like before the map started, it was kind of what we were talking about, just like any mistake and it's going to kind of lose you the map. So whenever you saw Direwolves do this first pull, they got off to a little bit of a slower start than what DAWGS were doing. DAWGS ended up doing like a double Grizzly pull where Direwolves pulled the pack like further ahead, but they had to pull like a lot more count and a lot more mobs because they didn't have that bonus Grizzly. Now the downside is like DAWGS' pull is a lot scarier just to kind of like execute, because if you have the second maddening roar from that Grizzly go off, it's going to wipe you. And this is actually the point where I think DAWGS got really far ahead. So they utilized Ring of Frost and Mass Poly, and Jay was the only person in combat, and you can see that his meld is on CD. So he melded and got those keepers to not pull, and then they snapped all the blossoms by, you know, you see Lamika standing on this brazier right here. They snap all the blossoms, and then they were able to kind of get a bunch of trash into Oakheart. This is great. Jay has to die. They soulstone him. It's not a huge deal, but that soulstone, we're going to see that kind of come into effect a little bit later. We're going to really wish we had that battle res here in about a couple more clips. And then, you know, Direwolves are a bit behind. I think that whenever we're watching the replay, we can see that Direwolves are maybe a couple minutes behind at this point, maybe a minute 30. But they're kind of keeping it competitive. They have a couple of deaths. I think Thick Shake died on this boss. I think Chompy died on the first boss as well. And so for Direwolves, there's also a position where they can also lose if they have any more mistakes. However, DAWGS goes for all the glory. They do double Blood Tainted Fury into this boss, which is an insanely complicated pull to set up. And on top of that, you saw Dr. J alter time and pull these bats. Now, if your tank walks out of melee range of the bats at the moment that they're trying to cast their venom onto somebody, it can fervent on like a nearby player. And you saw Soda get that poison or that disease debuff on him and die because of it. And so since they don't have the B-Res, they're not able to get Soda up. Shelly eventually gets sniped by a Blood Assault, like you see on the screen right here. And that kind of loses it for DAWGS. Even though they were able to kind of recover, it was a bit, they just lost way too much time by having 2 people dead for a minute on that fight. Direwolves look, you know, like the 9th seed that we expect them to be, and they're able to take down map 2. Now we're sending us in, yeah, like Doa said, Atal Dazar. We're going to see a very, very competitive Atal Dazar. That's a key that's short, but since it's short, any mistake you make basically loses you the map immediately.
Yeah, and as far as the polls you set up, as we look at some of the kind of final numbers on Atal Dazar as well, you know, if one of those goes slightly wrong, if something, you know, resets, we saw that happen a little bit earlier to Echo, like that can end up making the difference when it comes down to a couple seconds too. But we do have a lower bracket. Obviously, every team that ends up not taking it from these matches does get there. And from our own Ferris.
That's what I'm saying. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves.
Yeah, 2 wolves. Yeah, and one of them is wearing a watermelon on its head. Apparently. There you go.
Good meme. I approve.
It's a dog and not a wolf.
Trees are dancing.
How'd you see?
Yep. That does look like a wolf, though. There is a second wolf. It looks like a glow-in-the-dark wolf, though.
Where do you think DAWGS came from? They were wolves.
That's right.
Did you hear that?
Okay.
Wow.
We can.
Okay, we found our new transition
down.
between scenes. That's right. Meanwhile, Tettle's neighbors start to get very concerned.
There's no way
we're
I
going
get
into
noise
game
complaint for that, man.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thick walls. That must be nice. Murazan's Rise was banned. And so we're going to Atal Dazar for our 3rd map in this series. And again, I mean, like, what? I think we're just going to have to kind of wait and see, right? Because either one of these teams can take it. And frankly, either one of these teams is going to be a threat in the lower bracket. Because remember, in our groups for this MDI, it's the top 4 teams that get through, not just the top 2 now. So it's entirely likely that whoever ends up dropping the series will still make it to the global finals. I believe. There you have it. The evidence is right there. It's unquestionable. 4 teams going through from each group.
I think one of the things
the math is mathing.
Since it's only 2 groups, you actually get a higher level of competition typically during group play. So in the past we had 24 teams, but one of the big advantages of only having 16 teams now is that we get to see, the 8th versus the 9th seed in, the first weekend of play, and that it creates like a lot closer group play. But the downside is obviously that we have to send, four teams are going to have to go home this weekend. But these are like 4 very, very good teams.
Sure, but the stakes are higher than ever, and both dogs and wolves love steaks. So they're having a great time. All right, this is only day one.
Already home. This is not a LAN.
I know. Yeah. This is where I slowly just sink out of the frame. Yep. So, well, goodbye, everyone. It's been a good weekend.
I'm going to need I don't know.
Oh, I suppose I have to come back. Well, anyway, the game is loading up right now. This chair doesn't go up as easily as it goes down. There we go. Okay, we got it. Yep.
Gravity.
Thanks. Yeah. What's drawn on your marker board in the back there, Tettles? You've elected to have this in your background. You have to explain it now.
Oh, it's something to do with Mountain Thane Warrior. Don't worry about it though.
Oh,
completely unrelated to MDI.
That's for later this year, I guess, or something. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We're going on to our third map now. Do you feel like we're going to see anything different than we saw in our first Ataldazar of the day, compositionally? Like, how much room is there really for flexibility in terms of, what the classes are you bring? There's a little bit coming into it, but, I feel like what we see Echo show us, is genuinely what people end up doing. What do you think?
Compositionally, I don't really expect to see too much different in Ataldazar. So the reason that they're playing this comp, it's kind of interesting, is that the prio damage that this comp provides is just incredibly, incredibly high. And the Destro Lock by itself does about enough AoE to kind of carry you, right? Like the Destro Lock plus this Priest. And then that allows like the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage to really fully focus on just single targeting mobs. And so whenever the mobs that kind of are the most important mobs in the key are, the Colossus, they're the bosses, the single target and the priority damage are then like the only thing that you're really having to factor in whenever you're like trying to craft composition. They could potentially drop like the mage, but then you have to call into question where are we getting a Bloodlust from? So I expect this to kind of be the composition that we largely see that's plug and play across this MDI season, but I do think that there could be potentially a couple of moving pieces. I think the big thing for Ataldazar is like strategy stuff. Where are you snapping mobs? Are you going to be able to snap mobs into Razan? What does your first pull kind of look like? Those are the kind of things that I think that are going to be differentiating factors for Atal.
Yeah, I think that first pull that you mentioned specifically, because we saw Echo do that double Colossus pull where they basically pulled the whole left side, and that seemed very dangerous with Raging, and I really want to see if both Dogs and Direwolves are going to be pulling that off, because this is such a short dungeon that stuff like this matters so much. Like, if you do a little bit of a smaller pull here or there, that could matter, like, could decide the whole dungeon. And on top of that, we also saw Echo use Bloodlust basically as soon as the key started, even though they were not in the pull yet, because they were thinking that the dungeon is going to be so short. So we'll see what both these teams are doing.
How did you feel about the Unholy Death Knight? The Unholy Death Knight both makes a Nagura from some seriousness. I think that like an Unholy DK is really good for that first pull, and it makes it more consistent. But it's
so
worse for later parts of the dungeon.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the DK, but it's not going to happen. Instead, we're getting another no healer key come out of the dogs, and they're at it already, going all the way down to Razan. I assume we're going to add something on top of that, as has now been custom in the Ataldazar. On the right-hand side, we're seeing the Direwolves do basically what Echo did earlier. So we're going to get a nice little comparison. Bloodlust is going, huge pull, everything rounded up. Thick Shake standing at the ledge back there. I'm not sure if that's as safe as the blue marker, but we're going to see and wait how those Juggernauts fare, as the dogs now also have gathered some extra adds.
Really cool. We did see Soda master selling or pre-casting casting the Master Spell onto the players that were gathered up to not have to line of sight the fear, because the fear, if it goes through in Rasan and you don't line of sight it, it's a magic effect. So Soda standing line of sight, not getting feared, and then casting a Master Spell, making sure the rest of the players don't have to go line of sight. Very, very cool by DAWGS, as they also have the middle pack snapped into this pool on top of a bunch of Sky Screamers and Raptors as well. So they're going to get a lot of percentage here, while also fully priority targeting this Rasan, as Teddles mentioned, with that comp just having so much prio damage. This is just such a nice pull by DAWGS. Also looked incredibly dangerous, but they really did pull it off, Raging, making this a lot more difficult. But yeah, Direwolves now on Priestess Alonsa. Both of these teams taking completely different routes.
They are, and I'm so impressed with how the DAWGS are surviving this, right? You see all of these AoE pulls, you see the jumps, it's a lot of damage that's going out onto the entire group, and somehow they're making it through it once again. Now, the one class I'm never worried about is the Warlock. They're just the tankiest out there, but everybody else seems to kind of be struggling a little bit. We're going to see the Gateway come back, and now I assume they're also going to go to the left side, and make head towards Alonza. Now, are they going big here? How big are they going with no healer in range? And it seems like the answer is yes. We're pulling everything, even the Colossi at the top. This is a massive pull. No Bloodlust, no healer. The DAWGS are in it to win it.
They don't even have Breath of Aeons available just yet. They still need to wait a couple of seconds for it to come back up, as all of their defensives are being used. This pull gets a lot more difficult later on with that Raging. That's maybe why Breath of Aeons also being held a little bit. They didn't even hold it for next pull, as we do have another thing to mention, by the way. Velo on that Evoker, having that Oppressive Roar, right? Oppressive Roar, of course, being incredibly useful for Raging, as if you get the extra talent, you also remove Raging on all of the mobs whenever you cast an Oppressive Roar. And that is exactly what Velo did. We did see Soda go down, unfortunately, to a Juggernaut charge. And we do see Shelly summoning that Imp, making sure he's got that Magic Dispel available for some of these casts that might or might not be going through from the Augurs.
So the thing is, as soon as one of your ranges here dies, suddenly everybody else becomes more at risk to get jumped by a Juggernaut. So that Shelly kind of hiding behind the wall to make sure he can summon that. It was really nice to make sure that everything goes on Dr. J. He's a mage. He can probably live, as is the argument that's being made there. Cauterize is procced, but what else are you running it for? And the DAWGS have made it through with just one death onto Alonza as well. But we're seeing a reverse in real time, as the Wolves have made it down to Razan, and are also, well, have been playing some trash on top of that. They're finished with it. It's now only Razan that they need to cheer through, as the left-hand side we're seeing those ads slowly but surely drop lower and lower, and the DAWGS making headway on Alonza. This is going to be a very close match. If the first two maps didn't tell you that already, these teams are super, super close in performance, and the fact that we are seeing this no healer comp is really exciting to me. We're adding a little bit of extra trash here on the side of the Wolves, as Alonza is slowly but surely ending her own HP pool with these puddles.
Yeah, one more thing to mention about not running a healer is that usually, if you don't run a healer, you don't have a Magic Dispel, right? But with the comp they're running, they actually have two Magic Dispels. They have the Imp Dispel from the Warlock, and they also have the Master Spell from the Shadow Priest. So this boss, for example, does put a Molten Gold, a magic debuff dot onto the players, that without a healer, you would have a hard time dispelling, but not with this comp. They can run full Night Elves, don't even have to run Dwarf Racials to get rid of those debuffs. Dr. J, though, still running the Dwarf because, of course, he does have Invisibility, that is kind of similar to Shadow Meld. But the other players can stick to that Shadow Meld, which is very useful for something like dropping Rasan Fixate, even if it is not on you. So yeah, very nicely done by DAWGS so far. I'm very impressed by this no healer run here in their Talazar.
Yeah, me too. Using a little bit of slow fall there to round up the Sky Screamers as they are running towards that big pole. Now, if you remember the first Ataldazar we did see today, there is always a little bit of risk involved with all of these interrupts that you have to get out there onto the Sky Screamers, especially if they're still far away from the group. You know, sometimes they're close enough, but you maybe don't have them in range yet, or you're not trekking that specific one that's out there. So the DAWGS have a little bit of risk on their hands, but the same is true for the Wolves, where it actually happened. A couple of deaths coming in on Chaz and Jack. They're using their battle rest to get the Shadow back up with them. 40 dropping lower and lower as well. Can he survive here? Warlock powers activated. Dark Pact is now running as well. Should be safe.
And this is one of those difficult pulls if you run a full range comp. We do see a fear coming through as Chompy did manage to survive, which is the most important thing here, as raging is on all of these mobs as well. But yeah, they pulled the middle pack here with some Sky Screamers and the Stalker and Witch Doctor pack. Very dangerous. This is the first team on Direwolf's side that pulled the middle pack onto this pull rather than Rezan. All of the other teams so far pulled the middle pack onto Rezan. Very interesting difference here. Yeah, Jack going down. We do see a Shadow Melt rest coming through by Thick Shake. So using that out of combat rest with the Shadow Melt to drop combat very nicely down by Direwolf, so they don't have to waste time afterwards. But yeah, unfortunately having some issues here. And again, having that full range comp, having fewer interrupts, very dangerous when you have a bunch of Witch Doctors that cast Venom Blast and Hex, and on top of that you have to interrupt the Sky Screamers as well.
Yeah, I really don't love that they pulled the middle pack onto this one because of exactly what you saw there. You need that prio damage, and even if you have it, you are going to spend a little bit of extra time just dealing with the sheer HP pool that these middle Triceratopsies have. They're just big chunky boys, so you're going to be there for a little while. Pulling them onto Rezan makes more sense in terms of dungeon progression overall, but maybe it was too risky for the Wolves. We're going to see if maybe they adapt throughout this weekend. The Dogs, though, ahead on Volcal, nearly finished with count. Both teams are pretty close there. I think if they can get some Sky Screamers on to the very last boss, they should both be fine. But of course, in the overall boss progression, the Dogs are running away with this one. 30% totems have been finished like a minute ago, and they're getting closer and closer to the end of this boss fight, making way towards that final boss. Now, you said it, I believe, in the very first matchup. The last boss in the Taldazar, Yasma, she can be a little bit of a menace and throw a wreck into plan. So we'll see if it's really going the way for the Dogs, but right now they're firmly in the lead.
Yeah, and this Volcal, I believe, is one of the most dangerous bosses in this dungeon without a healer. They did manage quite nicely, because in this last phase and in the first phase, there's a lot of ticking damage going on with that debuff and also just the general aura that the boss has. They managed to survive it so well, considering that they don't really... We talked about this earlier. An Aug Evoker is not necessarily a spec that is off-healing that much. You'd rather have a lot of mitigation. But if there's a lot of incoming ticking damage, like this kind of rot damage, then the mitigation might not actually be enough. And you saw that a bunch of off-healing has been done by Soda and the Shadow Priest as well, and everyone had to make sure they're using the defensives perfectly, which they did. And now they are on Yasma. Again, a boss that does have a lot of damage, but it's more bursty damage once in a while rather than ticking damage, which is a lot better for a no-healer comp to deal with, because then they can just commit their defensives, like Alter Time, for example, from Dr. J, healing themselves fully back up afterwards, and the only thing that can be dangerous is that wrecking pain if the same player gets targeted multiple times in a row.
Lamike getting feared there from the Sky Screamers. Not ideal, but they did recover what was happening. And like you said, I think the racking pain on this fight here is the one thing that they really need to look out for. If it goes on to the same player multiple times, it could be a little bit troublesome if you don't have the defensives ready right now. We saw the very first one go straight to Shella, no problem at all. And you can now see them deploy the pings to say this is where we're placing the next Soul Rends. They're coming out right now. Dogs on their way to the victory lap. Sky Screamers are still in fight. Finish them off if you want to make your life just a little bit easier. But the racking pain on top of the already lower players. Dr. J dropping really, really low here, can recover, but it's still ticking for a second longer, is able to live through it.
Alright, Bloodlust coming up in 18 seconds for Dogs. And we do have a quick comparison between Dogs here and Echo. Echo cleared this dungeon earlier. They won against some seriousness, and they had an 11:04 run. So Dogs actually looking like they're going to be faster than Echo. Echo did have that reset on Rezan, of course. But yeah, Dogs having such a nice run as their Bloodlust is being popped now with the last set of the offensive cooldowns that they have available. And they're certainly going to be beating Echo and having the best run of today in that Ataldasar. Very clean run by Dogs. And they're winning against Direwolves here, 2-1.
That is incredible. You know, we wondered if we were going to see it. Were we going to see more 4 DPS compositions come in? And I didn't think we'd see it in this dungeon, but we did. DAWGS take the 2-1 victory, and Tettles, that was pretty impressive. I mean, there were so many moments in that dungeon where I was like, okay, somebody's definitely dying here. And then they didn't. They found a way to just kind of keep everybody alive nearly all of the time. Enough to win anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that DAWGS looked really good, and the ability to be able to 4 DPS this key, it was pretty fast. I do have questions about, like, is their route really the best? But I think that the way that they use Bloodlust means that their route works for them. So the alternative is like what Direwolves is doing on screen right here, where their first pull is all of that trash, and you lust that. Where for DAWGS, they need to kind of lust this mid pack because it does too much damage to the individual players. Plus, this is like a lot of Sarids for a group without a healer. And so they've determined that this is their best first pull and their best lust. The downside is that the travel time from this team is going to be a little bit higher than other teams typically whenever they're just like doing an Ataldazar run. Whereas like the rest of the teams are going to be like running in more or less like a straight fashion. They're going to have minimal backtracking. Now, this is the part that was kind of interesting. The rest of the groups ran off to the side to grab the 2 Skyscreamers. Lamike melded off some trash mobs and then pulled some Sarids into this pack. This pull is very, very scary. We've seen a couple of fears actually go off on these trash mobs. A lot of it comes down to the fact that the Witch Doctors have required casts, otherwise you get hexed, and then the Skyscreamers also have required kicks. And that's why whenever you see groups that play with a healer in this dungeon, it's pretty rare to see a Resto Druid on live playing Interrupt because they believe that they have to give up their entire life to be able to play kick. However, it makes sense in the MDI because you're doing pulls like this, and you can see now people are getting hexed and a fear goes off, and that's kind of why the Direwolves lose. Where for DAWGS, they're with their 4 DPS composition, they're just going to have a higher amount of like raw DPS with that Evoker being able to aug up 3 DPS in a 5-man dungeon with closest clutch mates. Their damage should be pretty high. One of the things I was actually looking at whenever the map was running, I thought they were going to be playing Blue Silk and Lining Embellishment, which is the mastery above 90% HP. As it turns out, I was completely wrong about that. They're playing the Allied to Victory Bracers and the Haste on damaging a new mob helmet. So I was a bit concerned about their uptime on Blue Silk and Lining, and it makes sense that they're not playing it at all. So, kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, clearly a well-executed and polished plan, too. So the question I have is, are we going to see more teams try to do this in future Ataldazars over the course of the weekend? The other thing is that if you're a Direwolves fan, they're just going to lower bracket. They're not out yet. And this was such a close match, too. They are going to be a threat for whoever they end up playing against.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one thing I'm taking away from this is that we have a lot of very exciting matchups coming just due to how close and stacked this group is. I'm really excited to see how many other teams are really preparing those no healer runs.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Okay.
I think that the no healer thing is very interesting. I don't know, it's like I thought that in the time trial, seeing the no healer runs, I was like, oh, I'm sure this is just a time trial thing, you know? I don't think they're gonna be pulling this out in a tournament. And then the second series, we already see no healer dungeons twice. So this is very interesting moving forward. I wonder if any of the other teams also prepared it as much as DAWGS did, or if DAWGS is like an outlier here. What do you think, Tettles?
So my question is this a DAWGS strategy, or is this a strategy that other teams have prepared? Because whenever we saw Echo, we saw them in their first 2 maps. Like, obviously it was only a 2-map sample size, but they played in Ataldazar, and they played it with 3 DPS and a healer. Does this open up DAWGS to have a more feast or famine style of play where they can actually upset like a lot of teams by being able to like slot in that 4th DPS and just have a bit more damage? What if they make a mistake, they kind of lose immediately? Tempo level play. I don't know. I think this is a very interesting strategy. From like the teams that I talked to, it didn't seem like anybody was actually prepping for DPS. But hey, I'm really interested in seeing if it's something that like is going to continue through the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the question overall, right? Is like, is it, sure, you can do it, but is it good enough to warrant, doing most of the time, right? Is it something where it's like that extra damage? Is it going to give you that much faster of a time versus the amount of risk that you're going to take on by not running with the healer,
I mean, we had some pre-MDI meetings just like as casters, and we were kind of talking about some of the stuff that we might see, and no healer was brought up. I don't think anybody really thought it was doable in Everbloom, but DAWGS did it in Everbloom, and so that was. It really calls into question like what other dungeons is it going to be doable in?
Yeah. Well, for now, we'll have to wait and see what they pull out in their match against Echo later on. But our next match is going to be Last Hope taking on Levels as we move down to the second half of our group for the day. And that's another two extremely strong teams, right? Where Last Hope ended up being, I believe, second in a TGP last season. It's a very different type of dungeon running than we see in MDI, but we know this is a group of very strong players. And, can they bring that against a team like Levels that also historically has a lot of success as well? We won't have to wait long to find out. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our third match of the day here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Do not go anywhere. Last Hope versus Levels coming up in a few. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. One more time, I'm Doey, your host, along with Makes Tettles, and welcoming Dratnos to the broadcast, who's entered his War Within cinematic Anduin Rin phase, apparently, but feeling more positive overall, right? How you doing, Dratnos?
Pretty good. Some pretty good matches that we ran earlier today. Looking forward to these next ones, though, as we've got some pretty close teams on our overall scorecard, right, on our seeding. So should be some good ones.
Yeah, I'm curious about this because, like, seeding wise, Levels and Last Hope is a bit apart, right? You've got Last Hope coming in at number 4, you've got Levels coming in at number 13, but I feel like the strength of the players on these teams is not reflected maybe super accurately in the seeding for this event. I think these teams are going to be pretty tight in terms of how this plays out. What do you think, Makes?
Yeah, I think so too. Just skipping a line there, Tell, sorry. But yeah, I first recognized Levels as a team that actually played Frosty K on Walpen, who's a DK main. That's how I know him. And I was very excited by them. Now they have a little bit of a roster change coming into this one. Walpen going to tank, Nobo going to DPS. We're all kind of like holding hands and hopping into different places. I'm very curious on how that's going to play out.
Tettles?
Oh, yeah. What I was going to say about Last Hope is I feel like Last Hope is a team that has like a really high amount of upside. So it was a team that we saw recently get second place in the TGP in Season 2. And I think that they are a team that, if they can actually kind of get their synergy right and find the strats that work for them, they should be able to do like some of the fastest keys. This is a team that's helmed by Dorky, and that's a guy that like, he comes up with some of the most innovative strats in our region, like in NA. He comes up with like the best strats. We've seen him compete in MDIs before. And so if they can like really get together and group cohesively, I think that this is a team that like honestly could give Echo a run for their money this weekend.
Yeah, I was speaking with him. I was speaking with him last weekend, and he was thinking that their time trial times were not as representative of their strength as, you know, they actually are, right? Because he thinks that they can actually be a lot faster in these runs on the live weekend, and that their time trial runs were kind of vanilla. They didn't have a lot of the really big tech stuff that other teams may have been running, and that they're planning to run here over this weekend potentially. So I don't know what they've got in store for us, but it looks like they're going to be banning out a Taldazar while Levels are instead taking out Darkheart Thicket. Interesting.
That means we're going to see the Waycrest Manor the first time this weekend. So talking to teams, pretty much every single team I talked to said that they spent about 80% of this week practicing Waycrest Manor. Waycrest Manor took the lion's share of the practice time because it's on a 24, because it's on Fortified, and it's on Bolstering. I kind of expected a lot of teams to actually be looking to ban it out, but it is like a required map later on in the weekend a couple of times. And so with it being a required map, you probably have to practice it at some point. And so maybe that's why it went through this early on.
May have been a game of chicken as well. Both teams may have assumed the other would ban the Waycrest, and then they banned their second ban, and then the Waycrest gets through as a result.
Or maybe they're trying to hide some tech. It is the first time they're on broadcast. Those two dungeons we saw already in the Taldazar, a lot of different tech coming out of the teams. Maybe saying like, okay, we don't want to show that. We're going to force the Waycrest Manor, and we'll see who comes out of it alive.
Alive?
Yeah, the Waycrest Manor.
Hold on, what do you mean alive?
I would assume they're all going to live
What do you
through this. Oh, the characters. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we hopefully won't see too many deaths with the characters in the map. But I'm wondering too. I mean, like, obviously nobody usually talks about Entangled, but in Waycrest Manor, there's a lot of very narrow corridors, and I feel like that is a dungeon in particular where that affects, like, it's kind of passed over a lot of times, could end up being a little bit inconvenient to deal with. Now, maybe I'm just crazy on that, but I look at that, I'm like, huh. You know, as I think about maneuvering through the narrow hallways and trying not to pull stuff I don't want to pull, you know, how much do I really want to deal with Entangled in here? It might be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a dungeon where...
We're
Go ahead.
going into fall first.
I'm just excited about Waycrest Manor. I don't care. Yep.
Yeah, that one is definitely in our future. But first, they're going to have to get through fall, which I don't think we've seen yet. We've seen... Yeah, we haven't seen... Actually, we saw the Rise even get banned. The fall not played yet, so should be an exciting one here.
I think fall is most likely to be similar to how it's done on live. Because there's
there's not too much opportunity to do this differently. Oh, all right, levels are busting out the Mistweaver Monk, while Last Hope are on what's turning out to be more of the tournament standard here of that Resto Druid. Both teams getting down to the first boss and getting it pulled and popping the Lust. Pretty much to be expected here. This is as much trash as you can get in this area. Basically, it's as much stuff as you can pull all at once, and they are comfortable doing it. 22 Tyrannical, Spiteful, and Incorporeal here, so nothing that really prevents you from pulling big like this.
I actually really like the Mistweaver Monk selection. So Mistweaver, it's the highest HPS throughput healer that you're going to see, and it's especially the highest HPS throughput healer for MDI-sized pulls. Their spinning crane kick conversion to HPS is incredibly, incredibly high. The downside of the Mistweaver Monk, though, is that they do just a little bit less damage overall than like the Resto Druid. Like the Resto Druid, especially whenever they have like Heart of the Wild up, is going to be able to just kind of like pop off. And if you look at the meters, levels pulled every single trash mob at the front area, and their Mistweaver Monk is doing about the same HPS as the Resto Druid from Last Hope, which the Resto Druid from Last Hope, they were pulling like a lot fewer mobs, and so that's going to be a lot more single target damage. But look at this dude, levels 36.67% enemy forces, where Last Hope only has 21%. The boss died about the same time.
So the problem is, it's hard to get a huge advantage in fall for getting more count at the start of the dungeon, right? Like you can skip one more pull at the end, maybe, but it's actually one of the dungeons where like a lot of times groups on live will skip at the start of the dungeon because it's kind of the easiest place to skip. That being said, 15% count for 5 seconds. Even if that's true, you'd rather be on the 15% count side of that. That's got to be an early advantage here for Levels, who are coming into this game, certainly the underdogs. They were the lower-seeded team by quite a bit, so Last Hope hoping to catch up here, and that may have been a Mistweaver pull. That may have just been... I mean, it may have just been the aggression of pulling everything, something that perhaps Last Hope could do but chose not to attempt.
For Last Hope, it's actually kind of interesting with their kick situation. The Shadow Priest on the side of Last Hope is actually electing to not talent into silence, which you do see that happen sometimes on live. It kind of depends on the key, depends on how many interrupts you're going to have. But then, conversely, they have the Resto Druid actually talenting into that Skull Bash, so they are able to get some kicks. And having the interrupts is actually really good for a pull like this, that on the side of Last Hope that they're doing, because you need 2 melee kicks to be able to get the Coalesce Time volley cast dealt with, and then on top of that you need like 2 melee kicks to get the leeches dealt with.
Looks like a frontal is going to go astray and take the first death of our series here. Levels is Mistweaver going down, trying to get back in time to prevent any further deaths. It looks like that's going to work out, but you can see Last Hope already spawning the boss now, taking care of a little bit of extra trash while waiting for this spawn sequence to finish, which does take a little bit of extra time.
Oh, Last Hope is actually pulling every single leech that's on the platform into this boss as well.
Okay, so this is how we make up some of that count so that we can then still skip some stuff later, right?
Oh, levels
that
are
we
doing
didn't pull
it
at
too,
the start of
though.
the dungeon. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, what else are you going to do while you're waiting for the boss to spawn anyways, right, other than group these things up? And they don't really do anything if you keep them under control, right? And in fact, they do provide a little bit of extra funnel even for some of these specs.
Yeah, all the 2 out of 3 of these specs with the
it's not a huge amount or anything, but
Priest.
It is it's something. And yeah, the Destro Lock is certainly very happy about it. It's really nice as well to at least have a Havoc target. Something that Spiteful can actually be kind of nice for as well. You get a little bit of more time of having some funnel too.
I have a question. Do you think that both of these teams are going to take like that Epoch Ripper trash pack into the last boss? Like, is it all going to go into the boss? Because on the final boss of Fall, it's kind of scary if you have that Ripper like jump on top of the Chromie safe spot.
Yeah, so maybe you try and time it so that it's, on CD during that time. I don't know how precise that is. The problem is, like, you have to wait for that last boss to spawn anyways. It has a very long RP while you're waiting for it to spawn.
Yeah.
So you might just be done killing all the trash by the time that's up anyways, or like right near the start of the fight. I do think you're probably not going to wait. Ooh, Goop getting hit here for Last Hope by one of those projectiles. That's a nasty dot. Looks like they're going to be able to keep him alive though. And is Last Hope now taking the lead? Manifested time waste still 35% for Levels. They work their way through the last bit here.
I'm kind of interested to see what they're about to do here with this dragon skip. So there's a couple ways that you can skip this. First and foremost, they can use gateway, but they just use gate to get to that portal faster. And okay, it looks like Last Hope is grouping up and they're going to run as a group. The alternative method would be, like, the first person who gets here, they just like kind of book it, and then everybody else has to kind of do like a hop over the gap. And that can save you a little bit of time if everybody is comfortable being able to do that, as opposed to having to, in line run as a group into this portal. But it looks like Last Hope is just kind of electing to run as a group.
Yeah, now we will see Levels setting up the same skip. Presumably it would be demonic to try and fight this dragon. It's both difficult and slow, right? It's not good efficiency here, so I don't think we will see anybody this weekend pulling that thing except by accident, which does sometimes happen, especially if you're trying to be fast. But it looks like Levels are also taking their time, grouping up, running together over the side, and they're going to make it through. Meanwhile, here goes Last Hope. They are going to be fighting, it looks like 2, 3...
2?
Do I hear 4?
It's okay, there's 3?
3 dragons at once. Now, these dragons do a lot of damage here. Drogo's actually going to fire off a Belorilos trinket here right in the middle of this AoE as well.
Here's the 4th.
Says, you know what? I could use another bit of damage, as here comes the dragon now as well. The 4th one, Incorporeal, unfortunately spawning at the same time too, but they're going to be able to get actually one of those MC'd. Really nice to get one of those things mind controlled, because now you get to start stacking 8. Much nerfed version, but you still get a little bit of damage reduction from that thing casting on the enemies now. And you can see they are well and truly stabilized at this point. Drogo's HOTS on everybody, telling everybody to make sure they're standing inside that efflorescence. Meanwhile, Levels setting up, looks like the same pull over here. All of these extra little chunks here should be really nice for the Mistweaver HPS as well.
So they're actually doing triple dragon on the side of Levels.
Okay, they skipped the one.
4.
At the start, right. But now, they were still ahead in count, so they actually can afford to do this, and they're still going to be ahead in count when this is all said and done as well. But I think at this point, I'd much rather be Last Hope, because Last Hope, they're only a little bit of count behind, and they're now like 20, 30 seconds ahead in terms of progression.
Yeah, but the question that you're kind of posing here is actually the important one. Is like, what are we supposed to be doing with this bonus 8% that we have for Levels? Like, 8% for 20 seconds of a boss, 30 seconds of a boss, normally is actually a pretty good trade. It's not like the greatest trade I've ever seen, depending on like the dungeon, but sometimes it's not bad. But I think that Levels and Last Hope are going to be doing the same ending pull. So like, what are we really doing with this count?
I mean, Levels was definitely quick to get rid of that triple dragon pull. They were really fast on that. It looks like now cooldowns are down for a little while, though. So they're going to be on Blighted Galakrons, 20% behind, and that's actually opening up a little bit compared to Last Hope, slowing down even a little bit relative to the Americans over there on the left screen. And yeah, I think that both teams will be able to do their remaining count in one large pull, right? They can just kind of run through and grab a bunch of stuff, and if that's the case, I don't think that Levels will be... Like, Levels' ability to skip maybe the first bit of this trash section, I don't think is going to be all that valuable. Not to mention, like, how do you even set that up with this comp? Are you going to invis pots and give up the potion?
It's Misery Meld, I think?
Okay, so the time you spend setting up a meld to skip 8% trash at the start of this next gauntlet, is that even faster than just killing it and running in? That is my question.
I'm going to go with
It's obviously going to be a lot safer, but I think I like Last Hope's side of things here by quite a bit now. As you can see, they're now more than 30% ahead on the boss. Now, it's a little unfair because once the boss splits into 2, especially the Destro Lock, starts really ascending in damage, and that's going to be happening here soon for Levels. But, I mean, Last Hope are not letting up here. They're now 40% ahead on boss damage. They are going to be finishing this boss almost a minute ahead of where Levels will be, I think.
I think that unless Last Hope fumbles here, they should be able to take down this first map. This is a lot closer than I think that everybody anticipated whenever you looked at the seeding between these two teams. It's been a largely clean run, all things considered. Now, there is a question as to whether or not we're about to pull this trash into the boss, which opens up a lot of opportunities for wipes, I would say.
Yeah, here they go. Here goes Last Hope. Dorky leaping ahead, creating a little bit of threat. Actually, something that can be a little bit of a nuisance on Vengeance Demon Hunter. Going to use Sigil of Misery as well to keep those mobs CC'd for a little while. Cryptix is going to run ahead, at least until the point where the RP starts. There we go. You can see now Chromie running in. That's something that they're going to be waiting on, so they want to get that done as soon as possible. And now Cryptix is going to go ahead and begin damaging. Meanwhile, over on the side of Levels, they are now going to get started with their run as well. They will be able to pull less of this trash if they want to. The question is how they want to set that up and whether they can do it quickly and efficiently so that they can actually start to, catch back up here to Last Hope, who are already nearly done with this trash pull. Iridicron entering dragon form. They're going to be probably just pulling the remnants of this pull right into boss. There they go. Last Hope on the last boss here. They do also have their Lust just coming up now. Are they going to hit it on cooldown, or are they going to wait maybe for the shield here?
I don't think they need it for a last stand on a 22. Like, you can probably just do it natty.
Yeah, they do have Power Infusion available. Infernal has already been used and won't be up for the rest of this run. Maybe they'll just wait for their next combustion. And there it is, like you said, that AoE inside the Chromie circle, but they did a good job of juking over to the side. Meanwhile, Levels getting that RP going as well, fighting a little bit of trash. But they are quite a bit behind as Last Hope have secured 100% trash count as long as they can avoid getting killed by these Spitefuls during this Earth Surge shield, which it looks like they've been able to do. They should be in position to secure this, especially because they are the slightly higher damage single target comp with that Resto Druid instead of that Mistweaver Monk. There goes that Time Warp on that next combustion. And the Power Infusion actually expired as well just before the Bloodlust started, so not multiplying all of their cooldowns together are Last Hope, but it should be just fine.
I think we might have just had a Mage Lust moment where so mages really want to double lust themselves at specific points, and it is very, very frequent that mages grief the rest of your group for their own personal lust, and that it's not up for whatever you want it to be whenever you're multiplying with all of your offensive CDs.
Yeah. Yep, that is a very known phenomenon here, especially in these comps where nobody else can hit the lust for you. Last Hope, 91% on Iridicron. They are going to be able to cancel this Stonecracker Barrage, I suspect, here.
Oh my god, they got Incorporeal.
Oh, Incorporeal debuffs actually landing on Last Hope here. Now Smacked is going to go down as well. They are going to be entering this final damage burn. They do get the res on Smacked. And it looks like this big damage now. Cryptic's actually in some danger here. Is going to be saved just barely, 88% on Iridicron. This fight ends at 85. As long as Last Hope can hold on, now that debuff is gone from that Incorporeal as well. That nearly cost them, though. Wow, that was really close.
Yeah. Wow, they barely get it done. Last Hope. I was sweating a little bit there. There was like a couple ticks where I'm like, okay, next tick might kill Cryptix here, but they managed to just barely make it through. And Levels was close. It was a tight first map, but Last Hope takes it.
Cryptix caught it there. Like, there is a world where Cryptix dies. Like, that is an insane... Yeah. They got actually kind of bailed out by him caughting.
Yeah, that very last second there, we're always sitting in the room with the obs, and we're like, oh, let's take a clip of this. And I'm like, okay, unless something happens here, we should be good. And then like, wait, something's going on. But let's actually break it down and see how this dungeon played out. For the side of Levels, first of all, I do want to shout out that Mistweaver Monk. They've been mainly playing it for all of Time Trials, and it's doing them really well. The big issue that I see with it, and you're seeing it left side, damage done as well, Drogo on that Resto Druid. He is blasting these bosses, just so much damage coming out of your healer that unfortunately you're not going to have on that Mistweaver. If you're running it, overall, I think both teams were pretty clean. You were also kind of wondering about kind of the pull in the beginning and how that plays out with the end. I personally don't see the biggest difference there. I felt like in overall dungeon progression, both teams were really similar. You saw the big pull into Chronicar, you saw the leeches onto this, and then I feel like this is where it actually kind of came down to it. Last Hope arriving at this area a little bit early, and then taking that last dragon into the pull as well. And in the end, it's just having, I think, more damage from Drogo actually available throughout the dungeon that gave them this little bit of the edge here at the beginning throughout the dungeon. But I'm curious. I think there could be a closer matchup between the two of them in the overall as well. You're seeing how they run up to that very last boss here one more time, triggering that RP, finishing off whatever they can, and then going into boss. And we're going to get another look at the little incorporeal situation that was going on there for Last Hope.
Yeah, I think too, when we were looking at this, we were saying before the match began that, like, maybe the skill level wasn't quite reflected accurately in the seeding, and after map 1, that seems to be the case. Tettles.
It seemed to me like Levels might have been able to take this if their boss to like Manifest Timeway's room area pulls were a little bit better. It seemed like Last Hope, that is really where they just kind of hit the accelerator, and I think they saved something in the order of like a minute split over split compared to Levels, and that I think is like a huge deal.
Yeah, so looking down at the numbers at the end of it all, like it really is kind of the most minute differences, right? Just one death for each team. There was a little bit of discussion about this during the map, but I want to get a little bit more opinions on it. I'll go to you, Dratnos, with an extra 8% being taken trash-wise early on by Levels. Do you think that ended up being something that didn't end up mattering? Do you feel like the route could have been a little bit different and that would have helped? Like, how do you view them getting that little bit of extra trash earlier on compared to Last Hope?
So it accomplished a few things, because it was actually a little bit more than 8% that they got at the start of the dungeon. They also got enough to let them skip to 3 dragons instead of 4. And I think they actually dealt with that triple dragon substantially faster than Last Hope dealt with the quadruple dragon pull. So I think that part worked out well. The end of the dungeon, doing all of it at once versus doing a smaller amount seemed like it took kind of the same amount of time. It may have been a little bit safer. So I agree with Tettles. I think the difference here in the dungeon actually is just that second boss room. Now, there was a death there that may have slowed them down a little bit, but it was just their healer. Nobody else died. So I think it may just be a case of a slower second boss room and a little bit less single target that is capable, especially when you're playing the Mistweaver instead of the Resto Druid. I think those account for the differences. Yeah. I think the routing difference is maybe slight positive for Levels, except for that second boss room, where I think either routing or execution-wise that was where the whole minute came in, basically, for Last Hope.
So, interestingly enough, the only thing that you actually have to kill off to have the boss spawn is all 4 of the portals. You actually don't have to kill that Coalesce Time or that big lizard mob that are like patrolling around. You actually don't have to kill either of those off to spawn the boss, and then there's about a 20 to 30 second spawn time on the boss. So I don't really know what the optimal way of doing that room is, but I think that if Levels could have maybe done the exact same strategy, they'd probably win.
Well, we'll have to look for more examples to give us some more insight on that from other matches later on in the weekend, possibly. But now we look ahead to the map that I'm probably the most excited about in this group and in this season is Waycrest Manor. And it is not only a fun one, but this is going to be a really hard one, Makes. What do you think?
It is. It is going to be a really hard one. I just want to remind everybody that right now we are watching the 13th seed going against the 4th seed. It doesn't feel like that, at least not watching that first game back. Now, we are lifting the difficulty levels here just by a lot with the next dungeon, so I think it might change looking at how it's going to go.
Yeah, just by a lot bit. One of the highest key levels, difficult affixes to deal with in the fortifying bolstering right off the bat.
Yeah, Joe, you mentioned it,
this
right?
dungeon.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, just looking at our notes a bit, this dungeon was voted most likely to be a fiesta.
Yep, certainly true. And so the key level is 24. It's fortified Waycrest Manor. That's inherently very difficult. There's bolstering, which is hugely dangerous in an MDI setting. That affix has been nerfed quite a bit since last time Waycrest Manor was a dungeon, but it is still really nasty when you're trying to pull this big. And then, to add insult to injury, there is the Entangling, which Doa's pet affix here. We'll see if it claims any lives. I think that would be the most heartbreaking way to have a death. As the dungeon does get underway, levels are busting out. In fact, both teams busting out their same compositions from last run, straight into the Heartsbane Triad as well, with almost all of that left corridor trash for both teams. There's the Bloodlust, too.
I'm trying to tell where the witches are. It looks like neither of the witches are on the bottom left. So Levels was actually able to grab a lot of guards and captains and pull them into the boss here. Where I think Last Hope is doing a slightly smaller pull. It looks like they have like a lot of mobs if you look on the screen, but I think that's the acolytes and the toads that are in this boss room. So those are some mobs that we're going to kind of expect to see Levels grab here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, we can look at the percentage for both teams as well and see how that develops, as Levels a little bit behind right now, but they're still in combat with a lot of those enemies, whereas Last Hope have finished off most of them, making their way now both teams to the second Sister Malady phase. Look at Last Hope's Briar, though. It's actually 7% lower than Levels is just on that free little bit of damage you get at the end of her phase.
Really?
That's going to be enough for them to easily kill her before she gets another Jagged Nettles off as well, which is always really nice here.
Yeah. Looking at this, Levels here are about to kill off all of these captains. These captains are pretty high HP mobs. Oh, Last Hope was able to actually grab... It looks like the exact same mob that Levels were whenever they were getting their pack grouped up. And now they're group invis potioning or invising through and going straight into the courtyard. I think that the witch is actually that back left one. And they've actually invised all the way into the Soulbound Goliath room.
Okay. And they're just going to be going straight into Soulbound Goliath with Matron Brindle here as well. Now, you have to be really careful with this because Matron Brindle is accompanied by 3 hounds. Those hounds die very early into combat here. It's basically unavoidable unless you want to do some really heavy setup maneuvers. And that means that now all of these mobs have 3 stacks of bolstering, except for the boss. Bosses don't get bolstered anymore. But if any of those thorns go off, and Matron's Brindle's damage as well is just also going to be massive.
Well, so the uproots are also very, very scary whenever whenever those thorn shapers are bolstered. It is a 24, and so I don't expect anybody to be one-shot.
Oh.
But say you're combined with like a soul thorns, you can actually die.
So I've looked into Last Hope's build here. Cryptix is not playing Mass Barrier. It's one of the most commonly seen mage talents for high key pushing because it gives your whole group a big shield. But he's playing Mass Invis instead. That was how they got through that area. They didn't have to use Invis pots. They didn't have to have... Look at this. They're not even playing that many Night Elves. It's just Drogo that is a Night Elf for Last Hope. And the rest of them, they got these humans so that they can human out of the Soulbound Goliath stuns, right? And that is huge. I mean, this is a really, really clever strategy coming in for Last Hope.
Dorky is actually playing that that Blood Elf as well for Arcane Torrent. Arcane Torrent's actually pretty good in like the first area. Say you accidentally let a Captain cast go off, you just rip the Torrent and be able to purge all the mobs. It's kind of useful in that regard. So I kind of expect to see more Blood Elves in this key, especially on that Vengeance Demon Hunter tank. I think that not the classes, but the races that Last Hope are playing are incredibly smart.
Yeah, and we see similar on the side of Levels as well. They're also playing 2 humans, so the same number of humans actually between the 2 teams, but Veil Mage there is not playing the Mass Invis, so they weren't able to set up that running to the second boss quite as quickly as Last Hope were. Ooh, and unfortunately they are going to have a Soul Thorn's Death coming out as well. That's going to be their battle res used. Last Hope, meanwhile, this is something that you'll see people doing on live as well. This is a really nice way to just kind of fight this area. Go grab some trash, and then pull it back out of the inside of the manor and into the courtyard where it's a little bit less likely that you're going to accidentally pull stuff. Bonus entangling advantage as well. They have enough room here to break their entangling routes. They're not in those nasty corridors that Doa called out earlier as big threats with that affix.
What do you think about the right side here, where we have this Pallid Gorger banished to make sure he's not getting any stacks of that bolstering as we're continuously pulling trash out for levels? I think it's actually really smart that they're doing it like this.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because you're going to have this boss here basically be by itself in a little bit. That'll be a great time to finish off that Gorger if you want to, but you just make sure that it's not going to get any of those stacks because 24 fortified, even 1 stack of bolstering on a Gorger, and it's getting awfully close to one-shot range on the damage that it deals. So it looks like Levels are going to be proccing the Soulbound Goliath here with that fire. Darkness being used. Darkness actually buffed this patch in dungeon content. I think it's a 30% chance to avoid damage
30.
now.
Yeah.
Really, really powerful against those sorts of damage events, but it's not going to be enough here to actually stop Veil from dying. It looks like getting meleeed by a disciple that was walking in there.
They don't have battle res now.
They don't have a battle res because they already used it when he died earlier to the Soul Thorns. So they're going to have to deal with the last 20% of this boss without him. And that is going to be a large opportunity here for Last Hope. Last Hope are almost 2 minutes ahead in their boss 2 split now, and they're ahead in count now. They're working on Ral the Gluttonous, setting up a nice little gateway here between the left and the right side of this boss, meaning that players that get caught in a bad spot should be able to just hit that gateway and avoid getting hit by a Tender Eyes, which is always really nice, especially, again, Entangling. This is one of those bosses where Entangling is sleeper big danger because sometimes you just don't have enough space to move to break your tether, especially if you're trying to stay in melee of the boss.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to dodge
Just
Dinner
eyeballing
Bell.
it. just eyeballing it, I thought that Levels was only going to be about 30 to 45 seconds behind after killing Soulbound Goliath, just because they kept chaining so much trash into it. But after losing Veil Mage, I mean, I think that they've actually lost a significant amount of time. Now, this is not... I think the last, 2 or 3 minutes of this dungeon are going to be quite precarious, especially with a lot of the trash that they're going to be dealing with on the side of Last Hope. But they're definitely through the hard part. The hard part is certainly the Pallet Gorgers and not getting one shot by their leaps.
Yeah, I think that the odds are certainly very slim for Levels at this point. Certainly not zero. There is still danger at the bottom of this dungeon, but one of the problems with Waycrest and MDI, if you're behind, is that much of that danger is kind of front-loaded into that courtyard area. So at this point, Last Hope, I mean, they are going to go big at the bottom of this dungeon, but they're not going to go that much bigger than people do on live in high keys, as we have a spit death actually coming in here for Levels as well. Those spits really nasty from those maggots, and with the player dead as well, that increases the chances that more of those spits are going to go off. It looks like they're in range right now where it takes 3 spits to kill you in this key level, so it's not, one-shotting people exactly, but it's certainly contributing to deaths if they are being allowed to free cast. And that's going to be a 3rd death, another 5 seconds on the board here for Levels. Looks like they're going to be setting up a RAL pull. Meanwhile, Last Hope already done with that boss. Ring of Frost is going to come down as they set up their next huge pull here.
Okay, so while they were grouping up these maggots and these peasants, they were actually lining all of the potential spits onto the tank. In addition to that, the Withering Glob cast is an invisible cast that the peasants will put onto just a random target. It's non-interruptible, but you don't really want to be getting hit by that while the tank is still trying to group up 15 maggots or whatever.
Yeah, I think we may have seen Drogo getting hit by that there. Dropped to about 20% health. Very quickly stabilized, though. Last Hope also killing off these last few bonus maggots. That's another fun thing about Waycrest Manor, is that Waycrest Manor's count actually sometimes varies a little bit as well. If you accidentally let any of those infest casts go off, you are just losing count. And there are some extra maggots that will spawn when the peasants die, too. So you got to be careful. You got to actually make sure that you have the number you're expecting. If you're ever setting up a Waycrest where you require perfect count, you just got to make sure that you don't ever let any infests go off, which is good practice anyways, because it slows you down and it does damage to you anyways.
Yeah. This next pull is actually pretty easy to set up if you have the correct kicks. So basically, in a Warlock composition and just normally, you can assign 1 melee DPS to kick Alma every single time. In addition to that, you can assign 1 20-second interrupt to kick the Captain every single time, and then you're going to be throwing stops at the Maiden, throwing stops at the Diviner, and throwing stops at the Soul Charmer, or the Soul Essence, rather, to be able to get those interrupted. And Last Hope is doing a great job of making sure that all these mobs are being interrupted. If that Faceless Maiden gets a cast off, somebody's going to get feared. Most of the time it's on your tank as well, and that's a real big problem.
There it is!
Oh, Dorky died!
The focus strike from the guard is actually going to take out Dorky. That's because of Bullstring. That is not that's a Bullstring death for sure that we saw right there. We had a lot of stacks on these mobs. That Captain is actually not too dangerous at this point, especially now that Dorky is back up. He's going to kite it out in a little while, though. And yeah, once that Shadow Cleave cast starts, he'll get a little bit of a breather where it's not auto-attacking him. They are going to be able to kill this off, and they will be able to do a res as well. Looks like Drogo has sent his Shadow Meld here, maybe attempting a Meld res, but it looks like maybe that didn't work out and is now just casting a Mass res instead.
Meld res on Druid is particularly annoying, and Resto Druid also is pretty bad, because they have a lot of stuff that will keep them in combat, including Adaptive Swarm, and just generic HOTS can also combat them. And so it's actually kind of hard to get that Meld res on that Resto Druid. So yeah, that's what ended up happening. And Last Hope on the left side of your screen here, going into Lord and Lady Waycrest with the Soul Charmer, with the Soul Essence pull, and with those Diviners. Now this pull gets very scary if you don't have Silent Sigils available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're moving the mobs out of the candles, but the mobs are trying to cast, so it's not actually easy to move them out of the candles unless you have a big AoE interrupt like that Sigil of Silence. If you do have the Sigil of Silence, it becomes dramatically easier, and now there's just a Soul Charmer and 1 Diviner left once they get those handled. Yeah, I mean, the candles are really deadly, though. The candles are a damage reduction and a damage increase to the mobs that are in it, right? So really got to make sure that you do not let anything loiter in that ground effect there. Looks like they are going to... Actually, you can see Lord Waycrest even standing in it there for a couple of seconds before it despawns for Last Hope. But they're relatively safe at this point, right? They have a battle res coming back up now. They have their Lust just expiring, but there's only one Soul Charmer in the pool with them. You can actually throw some ranged kicks on Lady Waycrest here as well if you want to reduce the damage. I don't know if that's something that they're bothering with, but that may be something that they'll do. It looks like they're already ready for Lady Waycrest to come down, though.
So they tongues her as well. Like
Nice.
Something that we don't really cover a lot, and something that Goop was actually doing is he was utilizing tongues and weakness on pretty much every single mob. Even in that pull that Dorky died on, the guards and the captains did have that weakness on them. And looking on the right side of our screen, Levels is actually having a full wipe. What killed off Walpin? Did you see?
I didn't see, but it's another tank death here that's happening. Maybe another bolstering incident here. Both teams having had tanks going down. And actually, both tanks are playing quite defensive builds as well. They're both playing the Cheat Death Trinket, although it doesn't look like they're playing Last Resort, which is, of course, the Cheat Death talent option. That it's tough. Vengeance Demon Hunter talents, there's a lot of stuff you want, and you have to give up a lot of offense to get Last Resort, but one Trinket slot for a Cheat Death is a trade-off they're happy to take.
I think it's pretty unlikely that they play Last Resort in the MDI in any dungeon, right? Because you lose a lot of damage and there's also no Spirit Bomb builds as well, but like they would never play that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really justify doing that. Even in like a tyrannical key, you couldn't really get away with something like that, I don't think. Although, both teams here have had a tank death. If those would have been prevented by Last Resort, which, they almost certainly would have been, it may be something worth considering in keys of this volatility, but either way, I'm sure that their answer is just going to be no. I can outplay that, and that usually is the right mindset to have in an MDI setting. You can't afford to just give up speed. Last Hope, though, nearly done here with Gorak Tull already. This boss is melting compared to the rest of the dungeon. Of course, it is a fortified key, not tyrannical, so boss is not too healthy here, and they are something like 5 minutes ahead of Levels at this point. It is a resounding victory coming in here for Last Hope. This has been tremendous from them. Even with that death from Dorky, they were able to recover it really nicely. They're going to be able to take this series 2-0 off the back of that.
Yep, that's right. Last Hope claims victory, and Dungeon 1 looked pretty close. Dungeon 2, Last Hope pulls way ahead, and they are going to exit the series very quickly with a win over Levels. And it's interesting because we did see kind of the prophecy fulfilled, right? Where Waycrest Manor, those bolstered mobs ended up being a really scary thing to deal with, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we were kind of foreshadowing this dungeon going into it, and it happened exactly the same way. A lot of very scary situations coming through here. First thing I did want to call out between the two teams is that Last Hope actually managed to get a lot more trash percentage in this first area, and then they used this really, really cool skip all the way to the Goliath, then played the Goliath and pulled some of this trash into it. So it really kind of pulling this area from the backhand of it, well, Brindle first, but from the backhand of it, whereas the other team, Levels, moved through the front end, killing all of the smallies first, killing Brindle, then getting some extra of these Gorgers, and then going on to the Goliath, which just allowed Last Hope, really, to maximum utilize the big HP power that this Goliath has naturally. It was really, really cool to see. And then, unfortunately, at the end for Levels there, we did have first at death due to the Thorn Souls, and then the second death due to the Runic Disciple that you're watching right now, which is just a little bit unfortunate. Cost them some time fighting that boss there with just a 4-man. Then down here, the moment that could have changed it for Last Hope, Dorky going down to this focused strike. The rest of the team is able to recover the pole, kite it out a little bit. They get Dorky back up. He kites back this bewitched captain that they're still in fight with that still has some of the HP, and they're able to rest Goop back to the group. Really nicely done. And I also loved how they handled this area here, just using all of the sigils, making sure the interrupts are coming in, you get those witches out of the candles, and yeah, this was also eventually the nail in the coffin. Another focus strike coming through there. These guys hurt, man. What can you say?
I mean, nothing can kill Vengeance Demon Hunter except for a 1.3 million focus strike from a 8x bolster guard.
And yeah, there was actually a damage amp as well from the Decaying Touch as well, right? So big multipliers all coming together there. Nasty death.
should have a dispel for that, right?
Yeah, possibly. I guess maybe it was dispelled. I don't have I can't see that from the view I'm looking at. I just know it was applied 3.5 seconds before the death. So.
Oh, okay. So
whether
they
it
might have
was or
died
not.
to it.
Look at the timing. Oh, I guess the last levels didn't actually finish their run at the end of this, right? So that timer at the bottom is not. That's not their actual dungeon time or anything like that, as we did heart them on out of there at the end. So looking at the rest of these numbers.
How are you
Again,
feeling
Drogo's damage
about
jumping
the
out here.
Mistweaver?
It's actually not that much higher than the Mistweaver's damage in this dungeon. I remember Mistweaver was a huge... Actually, it was a Waycrest Manor specialty back in BFA, right? Like this was the dungeon where we first saw Mistweavers back in BFA. And it looks nice here as well. You know, there's a couple of nice dispels and stuff that they can be doing here, but in a 24 fortified, I actually think that Mistweaver is a lot more competitive with the Resto Druid because your Resto Druid just doesn't have time to free DPS as much, whereas Mistweavers are going to be doing a lot more of free damage as a result of their healing rotation. So we saw almost the same damage between the two healers in this dungeon, and I think that'll be a theme. If the dungeon level gets high, if the affixes are nasty, then I think the Mistweaver is going to be a lot less far behind in the overall damage compared to the Resto Druid.
If you look at it percentage base, though, I mean, the Resto Druid did 30% more damage than the Mistweaver Monk, which is not like a small amount of damage, right? I think a lot of it, too, is that the Resto Druid's damage is more single-target focused, especially whenever they have Heart of the Wild available.
Yeah, the single target is definitely a lot better, especially if you're playing, Belorolos again and that kind of stuff, which I'm not sure if Drogo was in that dungeon. It looks like he'd taken it off for that one, so... a little bit less aggression, a little bit less damage optimizing, and a little bit more playing for survival. Although still playing, a lot of damage there for a healer.
Well, any way you slice it, it's going to send levels down to the lower bracket where they will face the team that doesn't move on from our next match, Legendary versus Date Night. And I think this is going to be a fun one, too. This is another one where I think a lot of people are expecting Legendary to get through. But that said, I think Date Night obviously has a lot of good players on it too. To even make it this far, that has to be the case. But, we'll see. I'd like a close one to close out the day. I'm sure you all would as well. You don't even need to answer.
Yes.
I know you want it. Yep.
I'm looking for a blowout. I think that would be what we'd all like to see. Yeah.
Sure.
I personally love the quick 2-0.
Yeah, Swift 2-0.
Yeah.
Well, what about that logo? Wow.
That's a good logo, yeah.
Swanky.
This is a team that has some players you may recognize as well from previous MDIs, right? Chompy. MDI veteran, I believe.
Did you say Chompy?
Okay, nope. That's our logo graphic. Look, skills. Look next to skills. It's got Chompy's socials. He's stolen Chompy's socials. That's wild.
Okay. Now I understand how you got Chompy. I was like, how did he get Chompy from this?
It was there. I was like, oh, I recognize that name, but hang on, I thought that guy was on Direwolves, but it turns out he is indeed.
He is on
Legendary. Another team
a little
that
bit
is
of impostering,
There's a little Chompy on all of our teams,
This is one of our teams as well that is in the conversation of teams that can beat Echo on a good day. And this is another run where we're going to have to see whether they show up, right? Whether they show up this weekend, whether they are playing up to that potential, and whether they have improved going into to this run, as Lepan has now also stolen Chompy's identity on social media.
Why not, It's like I'm Spartacus, it's no, I'm Chompy. That's where we're at right now. But Legendary, if we go back in time to the beginning of Dragonflight, this was a team that narrowly missed out a spot in the grand finals against Echo in Dragonflight Season 1. They lost a 1-2 to Mandatory in the lower brackets. So it's a team, that's definitely in the conversation for one of the best teams in MDI. And so it's going to be a real cool thing to see if they can sort of bounce back and put on a strong show this weekend.
They have really high highs and really low lows is kind of what you kind of expect from if you're watching Legendary. Like you were saying, they came in third place in the Season 1 MDI. However, they got to the Season 1 MDI Global Finals through the through the last stand tournament, which like obviously we don't have that format. And so this is a situation where is Legendary going to show up and be that Cup A team that we saw where they didn't qualify for the Global Finals, or are they going to be that third place level team where they just kind of blast people? I think that there's like a lot of work, and they've actually changed up their roster a little bit with the addition of Hopeful on their team. So I think that there's, it could be for the better. It could take some time to kind of get that cohesion that's required to be just an elite level MDI team. It's honestly just a bit of a toss-up on how this team is gelling now.
Well, we won't have to wait long to find out. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Chompy versus Chompy. I mean, Legendary versus Date Night here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, for the last match of the day here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doey, here, along with Zyronic, Dratnos, and Tettles, and we are about to see Legendary take on Date Night. Date Night, the team that told us that the easiest dungeon they thought this weekend was Waycrest Manor, and the hardest was Atal Dazar, which I don't know if, like, they got those questions swapped or something, or maybe we have some, like, sneaky strats to expect. I have no idea, but that one made me pause a little bit when I read that. What do you think, Zyronic? Welcome back, by the way.
I think you're onto something there with those being backwards. I think every single team mentioned Waycrest as being their hardest key, except for one. I'm not going to say who just yet. I don't think we've said it on broadcast, but yeah, I think they got those backwards. I think you're onto something.
I mean, said, like I was dungeons... a kid that I didn't read the instructions when I was filling out forms, in school either. So, like, I see how that happens, but still, please continue.
Oh, I was gonna say the dungeons that we've seen so far today. I've just been watching in the background in the past few matches. They've been fantastic. We had a 3-game series that was a banger with 2 4 DPS comps, more than I thought we'd see at all today. It's been a great first day of competition. The level is certainly up there.
I will say though that like something about the texture of this MDI is that dungeons are typically going to be like, between the 10 to 17 minute range. And that actually kind of opens up a lot of dungeons to be a bit more tricky, because if you end up making a mistake, so in other MDI seasons, if the dungeons are, 20 to 25 minutes, you have a lot more opportunities to kind of battle back. If you make a mistake, there's a lot more opportunities to kind of recover from a mistake. However, if the average time on this key is 12:45, if you make one 30-second mistake, you can just like lose immediately, even to a team that in theory should have worse times than you.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever an MDI where Echo had to sweat a little bit more, maybe it is this one, because it with the low timers, it is more punishing if you make a small mistake. And while Echo has certainly looked very good, they are not a team completely without errors. We are, after all, only human. But let's check out Date Night versus Legendary, and I don't see any bans on the screen. Do we have bans? Did they just not ban anything? They were just like, let's just go.
I would expect another Rise ban.
Okay.
I think that is a likely candidate for teams to take out here, because that dungeon's another one on a high key level here. It's one we've already seen banned this weekend as well. Actually, every team that's had the opportunity to ban the Rise so far has done so. So we'll see when those bans actually come through, where they land.
If you said Date Night said Atal Dazar was their hardest key, I wouldn't be shocked if they banned it. But actually, they didn't ban it. They clicked the Rise. Yeah. Is the ban.
Okay. So we're going to be going to Atal Dazar one way or another. Date Night bans Murazan's Rise, which we kind of expected. 72 Everbloom banned by Legendary. And there's no avoiding Throne of Tides. We're finally going to see it today.
I'm a little surprised about this Everbloom ban, because I feel like this would be one of the dungeons teams would be like more likely to do, and I wonder if this ban is a reaction to the fact that we saw the no-heal run earlier today, and Legendary might not have that prepped, and they don't want to accidentally like lose a third map to a strat that they don't have prepared.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I mean, you could almost...
I have a suspicion that's just a DAWGS special, though. I don't think that's something that like a lot of teams are going to be doing this weekend.
Still, if you're coming in here as the favorite, which Legendary certainly are, right? If you see a dungeon where there is a strategy that might be faster than you, that's just a good reason to ban that dungeon, right? Because you're not worried about the other dungeons as much. Although it's worth noting that Atal Dazar also featured a very fast 4 DPS no healer composition, so that one is another potentially scary dungeon, maybe one where they're also feeling very confident, though, in their plan, in their strategy. And the odds that a lower seeded team as well is ready to do a 4 DPS no healer comp and execute it with perfection is not zero, certainly not zero in this bracket by any stretch, but it's definitely a little bit less scary than coming up against those higher half of the bracket, right, where you're a little bit more worried that maybe they're going to have one of these dungeons really locked down with that no healer comp.
So looking at the other dungeons, looking at our first one of the match, Throne of the Tides, that's another one that I believe we saw banned a little bit earlier. It's one that people have been a little bit concerned about. How scary, really, do you feel like it is at this level with these affixes, which was Fortified Storming Bursting, if I remember correctly?
I think Throne is just a high volatility dungeon in general. Even if you play it on live, you kind of are aware of some of the, the Sentinels, then the Sentries, just those two mobs. First off, the Sentinels put a heal absorb on you. Depending on who gets selected, that can actually be incredibly dangerous. The Sentries, whenever you have that increased shadow damage taken debuff, that's actually a pretty big deal. Dude, Legendary is running an Arcane Mage on the left side of your screen here.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's
Interesting.
go.
Yeah, hopefully a known mage main. Another thing that both teams are doing here as well is playing that Mistweaver Monk instead of that Resto Druid that we've seen a lot of the other teams running in all of the other dungeons. I suspect that is for this dungeon in particular, rather than like their comp preferences as well. So going to be very, very interesting. The Arcane Mage, I guess, what's the damage profile advantage here? Is it going to be good at just prioing down these Ravagers? Is that the idea?
I mean, it's more bursty, I would imagine, on AoE. It doesn't kind of have the slow burn ignite cleave that Fire has. So I imagine its upfront burst will be a lot better. I think its consistent damage will be worse, but I imagine that these pulls aren't going to last long enough for them to have to worry about that. We'll have to keep an eye on the overall, and specifically I want to look at the burst at the start of pulls for the Arcane Mage and see if that's doing a lot better than the Fire Mage, if it's helping them deal with some of the lower HP adds in the packs first, because there are definitely packs in this dungeon where you do want the low HP mobs to die quickly, right? Like the dogs that are in this upcoming room that fixate people with foods on them. Those can be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, Ignite spreading them definitely does help kill them, but it's not as much as a full cooldown mage just blasting away with those arcane spells instead. Looks like Legendary are going to be going substantially bigger here than Date Night. Date Night pulling just the hallway, whereas Legendary are going to actually be saving their Bloodlust for this pull. They didn't use it at the start of the dungeon like Date Night did, and they are now running all the way up here to the top of the stairs, grabbing every single enemy that they can get their eyes on, including this Ravager that is now walking in and is going to be the target of their focus damage now. They're trying to just live through here for a little while longer. And this has got to be where that Mistweaver healing is really shining.
Oh yeah, it's massive. You can see every single one of the crushing deaths they've had go on their players. That massive healing absorb has been dealt with almost instantly by Tobo. They didn't even have to use any dwarves on them or anything, just insta healing. And this one actually goes on Tobo as well, so that's the best case scenario. Instantly heals himself back up, so he doesn't have to worry about that. That was just good RNG from them, but also great execution there. And that pull was very, very clean from them. And now they're just an entire pull ahead of Date Night off of that one execution. That's crazy here.
Yeah, Date Night are still also pulling fairly large here, but this is going to be taking them 2 pulls to do it, like you said, what Legendary were able to somehow do in 1. They are now going to get in boss combat as quickly as possible, knowing that boss combat is really the main thing that you want to be in at all times, right? And then just do trash at the same time. Mm-hmm. They've got this dungeon going pretty quickly now. Here comes that Focused Tempest, which is a little bit of a dangerous ability. That one is one of the ones that I think is most often unknown to people kind of just doing their weekly keys. The way it works is that it'll target each player once, or I think it targets one player 0 times, but it targets 4 players once, and it zaps them for a bunch of damage and the closest player to them as well for a bunch of damage. So if you all stand in a diamond around somebody, that somebody is going to get hit a lot, and everybody else is not going to get hit much. So if you make that person your tank, that's really good. If you make it a squishy player in your group, that's really bad. You got to be careful.
Looks like they didn't really care about the positioning there at all, because this key level is a little bit on the low end compared to, high-end push.
Yeah, the other option is if your Mistweaver just tops everybody, right? Between every tick, then it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
That makes it a lot simpler.
Well, something I think is important to mention here, because this does have, a pretty big effect on potential strategies coming into this dungeon, is that literally today, like maybe an hour or so before the competition began, a hotfix was put in place to make it so that mind-controlled mobs, one of their abilities, no longer worked. So if either of the teams actually had a strategy that was using that could have really messed with their plans in this dungeon. I'm not sure if that's something that either of the teams were planning on using, but I mean, it's definitely going to make it harder for them if they were planning on using that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with these things as the comp, right? Because the Shadow Priest is just so standard. Which, so we don't really know too much about whether they were planning it specifically for mind control, like we've sometimes seen with priests in previous seasons. It looks like they are going to be getting through here the last little bit of the boss, and we'll be able to get a boss split difference between the two teams. Date Night actually did grab a little bit more count as well from that room outside this boss, although Legendary will be able to pull that into the next boss if they'd like to, which I assume they would, as they stand now waiting for this RP to finish. And they're going to make their way through. Tobo actually taking the opportunity to drink a little bit, get Life Grip forward, and then Warlock Gateway forward as well. And they're now going to be fighting all of this trash with this boss, including all of those Snapdragons. Look for the cooldowns to just start getting deployed here so that they can burn those as quickly as possible.
Look at the opening burst coming from the Arcane Mage. They're blasting these Snapdragons down. These are those bleed fixates that I was talking about earlier. They're already dead. They don't have to worry about those at all, and that helps with their positioning at the start of this boss fight so much more. Fire Mage wouldn't have been bursting those down nearly as quickly, so this is just that much more safe for their strategy to deal with. I think things like that are probably what makes them choose the Arcane spec here.
Interestingly, they chose to power infuse the Destro Warlock still instead here, which does make sense. It's a little bit awkward, right? Because Power Infusion's a 2-minute cooldown and Infernal's a 3-minute cooldown, so a little bit harder to sync those than it is to sync with, say, the Mage. But I guess either way, it's going to be a little bit awkward here for them. And they don't necessarily have to continue PIing Splat here for the rest of the dungeon anytime that the desync is too awkward. They can potentially avoid it here. But one thing Hopeful is going to have to look out for here on that Arcane Mage is a little bit less safe than Fire, right? Fire has access to that Cauterize, which is a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? And Arcane just doesn't have that. Maybe Arcane Barrier is a little bit better than Blazing Barrier, but I don't think that makes up for the fact that you just don't have Cauterize, which is one of the most powerful, defensive options in the game.
You definitely have to be a lot more aware of the things that can kill you playing Arcane compared to Fire. The other thing as well, like you mentioned with the Barrier, is that it makes your Mass Barrier actually that much better, because that damage reduction on Prismatic Barrier gets applied to everyone that gets targeted by your Mass Barrier too. So that's another extra little bonus of playing the Arcane Mage. But outside of that, I think the main thing is just the damage profile we've been talking about. That's going to be the majority of the reason for playing it in this dungeon. And it's been working well for them so far. Already just way far ahead of Date Night. And it's not like Date Night is doing anything particularly wrong here, right? They only have the one singular death. It's just been particularly the strategy and maybe just the size of the pulls that Legendary's been able to put together.
All right, yeah, this is a bit more than a minute is the advantage here for Legendary. So, it is a large lead for sure, but it's not insurmountable by any stretch. I mean, it would kind of require a wipe at this point, probably, for Legendary, for Date Night to catch up, but this part of the dungeon is certainly not free, and actually, in my experience at least, that last little gauntlet as you're going towards the last boss tends to be the one of the most dangerous parts of this dungeon as well. It's like the start of the dungeon and the end of it are where most of the deaths in my runs tend to come. I don't know about you.
Yeah, for me, it's just everywhere in the dungeon. So many of these trash pulls have overlapping nasty mechanics that you have to deal with. Even on these pulls alone, right? The grip in into the frontal can one-shot anyone on, key levels around this area, and fortified, especially when you're pugging and have less communication. So we'll see how it goes for them. Now, are they going to be pulling this trash into the boss? It's definitely something that's doable here. The Infernal has been popped, so I imagine they'll be tagging that boss any moment now, maybe once the ads get a little bit lower, so they don't have to worry about it too much.
Maybe you wait for that grip cooldown. Yeah.
Oh, they're still not pulling it in. Interesting.
One more grip, and then we go, perhaps? Because you do have to be very careful here. If you get gripped in, you can get gripped into a Storming Tornado and then, get knocked up in the the grip as well. That can be really, really catastrophic. I mean, there is a little bit of counterplay here if your priest can immediately life grip you out of it, but it is very, very, very tenuous. So looks like they're not gonna mess with it. They're gonna respect this, and maybe this is a case as well of them having looked at the stream, because you can look at the stream as either team, right? There's a little bit of a delay, but you can see at this point that you're a little bit ahead of the opponents, right? And at this point, you might be thinking like, okay, if the only way we're gonna lose here is by wiping, let's not take that risk, right? Even if we would maybe against Echo.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the safe call for sure. And I mean, even if they didn't actually know, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that this is their normal strategy, because it just makes sure you don't have any potential mistakes or potential points of failure in your route. Yeah, maybe against Echo they'll go for it, or even like Last Hope. It doesn't have to be just Echo. That being said, still a fantastically clean run being put together from Legendary. And to be honest, because they went for that safer pull, maybe we could potentially see Date Night claw their way back in here just a little bit if they're able to go for that pull and pull it off, but they're not quite there yet. And they might be a little bit too far behind anyway, so we'll have to see what the plan is for them. But like you, I'm very interested to see, after this boss, what Legendary's pull strategy is for that shadow trash area coming up afterwards. runs can definitely go very, very wrong there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of runs end in that area of this dungeon. I think when we ran the BlizzCon Guild Clash, even that was the part of this dungeon that was the most deadly as well, turning into a bit of a release and run at it until it dies before you do, over and over again thing. So Legendary certainly hoping to avoid that, as they now have 86% count as well. So they aren't going to have to fight everything in this part of the dungeon. At least they will be able to skip much of it. Because it's not just those big elementals, right? Those spear-throwing mobs as well are also really dangerous, so gotta watch out. Those spears do so much damage.
So they do have access to Fear Sigil plus Ring of Peace if they need to do that here. Maybe they just need the Sigil. Oh, they have Mind Soothe as well, so they can.
Yeah, Mind Soothe is enough to just walk by as well, even without something like an Imprison or anything, as long as you hug the edge there. And they're now going to be getting some of these Aqua Mages and some of these Hunters into this pull as well. So this is probably one of the big reasons to play the Mistweaver as well, coming up right here, is you do have a revival that you can press, and it will clear all of those disease stacks from the whole group. So one-time use to just clear your whole raid of the burstings and the disease stacks. And another fun interaction in this area, and I say fun interaction, it's not that... It's a fun interaction, is that bursting is shadow damage, and so it gets amplified by those stacks as well. So you have to be really careful on bursting weeks in this area.
Hopeful dead? By the last tick of the swell as it goes down, that was really unfortunate. They do have a battle res. They're just going to use it instantly because they have one more left in the tank, and there's not that much dungeon left. They will have 2 more Tainted Sentries to deal with as well. All these
Ring of Frost.
But they're just going to Ring of Frost and Silent Sigil them. And they should be fine. They can lock those down with Warlock stuns, and they have a lot of knockbacks as well, should they need them. This should be clean. Just have to keep an eye on those shadow debuffs. Hopefully they don't get too high, because they already used the revival on the previous trash pull. They do have the dwarves here, being expended here to keep themselves alive. Splat is going to go down, though, and I don't think they have another battle res unless they have engineering res available to them, so they're going to have to do the rest of this pull without him.
Tobo lands the engineering res. Actually beautifully done there. Heads up, always smart to have access to one of those in your group as well. Really, really nice thing to do there. So they are going to be sort of stabilized here. Last bit of swell going to come out, and now they just have a few corruptions to deal with. These corruptions actually do a little bit of damage on death as well, but it's not that bad. The main damage is applying that debuff, but looks like Tobo is actually going to use Ring of Peace there. Just keep them out of the room for a little while, let these stacks fall off, and they should be just fine here. You have to actually be a little bit careful taking them into this boss as well, because the boss does shadow damage too, so... this blotting barrage, a little bit dangerous. Actually, Tobo nearly getting storminged into one of those damage zones as well, but it looks like they have weathered the worst of the storm here, and now they just have to get through this boss. As long as they can do that, they'll be able to take a 1-0 lead in the series. Date Night not far behind, though, to their credit here.
Yeah, they're making it a close battle, and if Legendary does have any issues on this boss, they could easily set themselves up to come back and win this dungeon. But with just the boss left on a fortified dungeon, there shouldn't be a scenario where Legendary has any major issues on this boss. I think even if they had a DPS player go down, they would still win this dungeon here. Just gotta play it safe, make sure you're clearing as much of that ink as possible. Make sure you don't accidentally hit the tank frontal. They should be home free here. 40% of the early boss left, and then they just have to burn through Ozomat after the fact. Great dungeon here from Legendary. I like the strategy. I mean, I think there's things they could have done to potentially go faster, right? In that third boss room, they could have potentially pulled trash on top of the boss. But other than that, you love seeing teams just put together a clean 0-death run.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 20 seconds maybe being savable by pulling into the boss there, which is not nothing, but it would have increased the risk of those deaths by quite a bit, so... I love the way that they've played this dungeon. I think it's going to work out really well for them. And, they're solid, what is this, like 2 minutes ahead at this point? Something like that, maybe a minute and a half. That's pretty good. Again, Date Night not looking bad either. Also, so I guess there are 2 deaths for Legendary and 1 for Date Night. So not a flawless run from either team or anything like that. But it is still... Yeah, 0 wipe run is... 100% accurate. Legendary are going to land that final little bit of damage onto Ozomat there, stopping the clock at 14:30, which is going to be enough to advance them to a 1-0 lead in the series.
Don't worry, Zyronic. We know what you mean when you say no death. We know you meant no wipe. Don't worry about it. Legendary
it doesn't count if you have a
victory
in
map
right?
number 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
All part completely intentional. Locked in. Either way, it was a very clean, very solid, very strong run from Legendary to start out the series. And, I feel like it was said best during this, as we go to titles to replay, that it was simply just a faster, cleaner run from Legendary.
So, I think that like almost 100% of the time differential was actually in that first boss split. If you looked at the splits right before we cut to replay, it was about a minute 20 differential in the first boss split, and it came down to like lust timing, where you saw Date Night actually lusting this first pull of the dungeon with the Ravager, where Legendary were actually able to do the same pull without lust. They killed it about at the same time, and then they were able to do this massive trash pack with the Ravager on top of it, with those hounds on top of it as well, and that kind of propelled them to be able to kind of take down this map. The rest of the splits looked largely similar between both Date Night and Legendary. It wasn't too much differential because there's not much time that you can realistically make up. But this pull right here for Legendary, whenever they were able to execute it, whenever they were able to get the Snapdragons killed off, they didn't die to any of the heal absorbs because they have that Mistweaver Monk. That kind of propelled them to be able to just kind of take down the rest of the series, and they were about a minute 20 ahead for the rest of that map.
I think overall too with Date Night, like it's impressive that they are able to make it to this part all, essentially top 16, right? When they gave us some information about themselves, they said, we tried to get 2 hours of practice in per week, but our guild is still doing raid progression, so we didn't get to play much. And they're called Date Night because they only play together once per week. So, I mean, to have that situation and still be able to get this far and do this well, I think that kind of speaks to the natural skill of these players. So maybe with a bit more practice, we'll see how the lower bracket goes. If they end up there, they could still come back and win this series, of course. But all that aside, I think it's still pretty impressive to get this far. And here's some numbers.
Absolutely. Here is that damage graph. You can see one of the big parts where Last Hope pulled ahead. You can see visualized there at that 2-minute mark, where they basically just did Levels' second and third pulls, and that was Last Hope's second pull, and they were able to execute it all successfully at once. I mean, aside from that, this graph kind of just for the rest of the dungeon is a little bit shifted to the left, right? That's all that's the only huge difference between these two teams, really, is that 2-minute mark. So, yeah.
Those are neither of the names of these teams. It's Date Night and Legendary.
Legendary.
Yes.
That's wrong. Where's Chompy?
Apparently, and I continue to have this. I read blindly whatever's on the screen and assume it's right. But yeah, so
I think that's
this
wise,
is the correct graph, but it is the wrong names. So it is right, and of course, it looks right. It reminds us of what we saw at that 2-minute mark. But yeah, wrong team names. Oopsie.
Sometimes people wonder, do the casters actually read what's on the screen? And the answer is clearly no. We just sort of we just make some random assumptions and guesses about what appears in front of us. It's just how it works.
I mean, even if you look at it, it was 1550 for Date Night whenever they finished the dungeon, whereas Legendary finished it at 1430. So it was literally just that full entire first boss split that they were a minute 20 behind, just propelled them to the literal rest of the key.
True enough. So, does that mean, Tettles, that you think Date Night is going to come back and tie up the series? Are you willing to say?
Listen, that's not what I said. that is in fact not what I said. Please do not put words in my mouth.
I feel like I was getting that vibe.
What I'm saying is, so the competition's closer than ever for group stages. If you watched MDI in the past, you would know that group stages, they can kind of be hit or miss with the maps that you're going to see. Some of the times the seeds are a bit far apart, and thus the maps are going to be a bit lopsided. However, this group play is actually incredibly close, and this is Taldazar, it's going to be a 12-minute run, 11-minute run, something like that. And if Legendary has a mistake, then Date Night can absolutely win. Now, I think that Legendary, on average, should be a decent, I don't want to say a decent amount, but a little bit faster, just in every single thing that they're doing. But any mistake, realistically, could have Date Night kind of take a map off of them.
Yeah. Well, we are going to that Atal Dazar next. Do you think there's a chance we're going to see the 4 DPS?
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking that it's probably not going to be a thing. I think that's a strategy that only a Dr. J team could really cook up, right? maybe a couple of other teams have thought of doing it and maybe practiced it, but they didn't get that much time to practice coming into the week, right? They got 1 week's worth of practice, and you have to think how much time would you have to devote to a dungeon practicing with 4 DPS comp. You have to practice all 8 dungeons, right? Unless you're just always going to ban out one of them.
Legendary has some advantages towards that, though, which is, like, Tobo's a DPS main. In fact, he played Augmentation Evoker for the last few tiers as well, so he's basically ready to swap from that healer role into being that 4th DPS at a moment's notice. That would be more natural for him even than playing a healer, so I don't know. I think they're one of the more likely teams to have this cooked up in Ataldazar. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see them bust it out.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to see that as the teams are getting ready to load into the dungeon. And it's another one where it's extremely fast, it's extremely punishing, but I think that's how all of these are just going to be, you know? It's going to be, and when I say punishing, again, I'm talking about what we've been saying all day today, where it's the individual mistakes seem to be more impactful this season so far than we've seen in previous seasons.
I think also, like, the big thing with the Tall in general is, like, the routing differential between the teams, too. So, like, whenever we saw the 4 DPS, I actually went downstairs first and snapped that mid pack into Razan, where I don't think that's necessarily the fastest route. I think starting off and going left with that Colossus pull is more broadly speaking the faster route. And so, like, I think that there's also kind of a question in my mind: is 4 DPS actually that much faster in a Ataldazar if you have to snap the mid pack into Razan with Lust?
Right. Is ironic? Are you purring?
No, that's Bert. That's on subtitles.
Oh, that's okay. All right.
Hold on,
Wasn't sure where that was coming from. Yep.
yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Feral Druid on the scene.
Well, when you think about it, the routing differences between Echo's route and the other route weren't actually that big of a difference, right? They both ended up snapping the middle pack onto the boss. They just did it at different times in the dungeon. Right? One of them did it at the beginning of the dungeon with Lust. One of them did it as their second pull. So
we thought
we'll see.
We thought we should also take a moment and we haven't done this before. But we should, people pick their transmogs coming to dungeons, of course, as it's a little talked about part of MDI, but we thought that it'd be a good idea to judge them. So we're going to do that. We're going to judge some transmogs, and I think what we're going to try to do is try to pick the favorite one out of Legendary. Who did the best? So we're going to start out with Tobo here. No Shoes, which, depending on the dungeon, I feel like might end up being a little bit risky, right? There's some stuff like in Ataldazar that I wouldn't want to step on. Yeah.
Got the tetanus dispel if you need it there on the monk, so that makes sense.
Might need that one. Yep.
How do you feel about the goggles?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I mean, I like the idea of not just going with the full set, but I don't know. I don't know about these goggles.
I think last dungeon it was appropriate because there's a lot of like fluids flying around, right? You've got ink, you've got poison, all that kind of stuff. Ataldazar, bit of a drier environment. I don't know. Let's check out the other members of Legendary though.
I don't think our camera operator knows how to use the.
Never mind. Let's look at Cryptics.
Oh my goodness! From me, the goated staff, the sheep stick.
Call it. It's over. It's over.
Okay, so
this was the hidden skin for Arcane
I've never
Mage.
seen that before. What is that?
Back in Legion. The hidden artifact skin for Arcane Mage back in Legion. Look at the crown as well. That's the opulence crown from the Zaralor. This is a good mog. That one's 10 out of 10.
It is not often. I gotta say, it is not often when I see like a piece of armor or weapon I've never seen before. I've never seen that staff before. This ended up being a way better segment than I could have anticipated. This was amazing, but we got to get into what could be the final dungeon if Date Night can't come back and tie it up. Let's see if they can get it done on Ataldazar.
Both teams left right off the bat. No pre-lust either. They're both saving lust till the poll is actually together. So that's a good indicator of how long we think these runs are going to go together, unless they're so fast that they're only going to use one lust anyways. Wait, Legendary's still going.
Yeah.
They're still going.
Legendary are still going. They are also playing a healer as well, so my belief has proven to be wrong. A Ring of Frost is going to land from Hopeful here, who is back over on that Fire Mage here. And you can see they're actually hiding down the stairs a little bit, are some of their ranged DPS, as they now get all of these mobs grouped up.
Man.
The goal is to get them all in range here to be grippable together and silenced by these sigils. And they've managed to do that now with Priestess Alunza pulled as well. This is a massive pull for Legendary. Huge lust. They've got to make sure that those Juggernaut charges don't kill Hopeful. He had Ice Cold rolling there, a huge 70% DR, but it's no longer active. So if any of those Juggernauts now get a charge on him, he is going to be in some danger. He's also being looked at by that Colossus for huge damage. That's going to be his Cauterize burned as well.
He's got nothing left. He just needs to live through this transfusion cast, and he's good to go. That was very dangerous, but a massive pull actually pulled off from Legendary, and you can see the fruits of their labor here. All the trash is dead. Priestess Alunza at 30%
look at that.
after the first transfusion.
The blood pool spawned underneath the Rooted Spirit of Gold over there.
Oh, no.
That's going to actually be really annoying, because that means I don't think they're all going to be able to pick up here, although maybe they got an extra one because there was still a Priestess alive for a little while there.
Let's
so actually,
see.
they might be chilling.
They all have it. Lepen's going to run out.
All right, we're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
It ran out at the last
ones.
second. Okay.
Yeah, whenever you have a Priestess out, which is nice.
Mid-second transfusion cast with all of the trash done in one pull.
Yeah.
That is a crazy first boss split, and it's putting them so far ahead of Date Night. Now, with the way Priestess Alunza works, this is going to die definitely by the next transfusion cast, maybe beforehand if they have the damage to do 10% of the boss's HP. So it's not like they're super far behind, but just the tiny little increases in value you can get from putting together massive pulls like that is insane. And that's going to be a pull that every other team that goes up against Legendary is going to have. They're all going to have to figure out how to do that, or they're just going to have to ban it against them, because that is a crazy pull to go for.
Yeah, unless you think you're somehow faster in the rest of the dungeon with something like a 4 DPS strat, but I feel like this is faster than playing that extra DPS and dropping the healer, especially because, Tova's single target here is still going to be phenomenal on a lot of these boss fights, so he's not that much lower than, the Augmentation Evoker would represent.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely on pace to potentially be sub 10 if they're able to put everything together and have no major mistakes. Now, already, one of the major problems we saw with Echo's run earlier, where Rizan it despawned after they snapped this trash down, hasn't happened for Legendary, so they're free to go here, and they can just happily cleave all of this trash down while doing as much single target as possible. They should be able to live through all of this trash, and they do have that middle pack in there as well, like we've seen in every other run. So this is essentially the same run as what we saw from Echo, just with the addition of the double trash pull on top of the first boss. Date Night trying to keep it close here, also have their own snap pull as well on top of Rizan, but look at the boss difference here. It's 30% ahead for Legendary. That's still a pretty significant lead on Tyrannical.
It's a lot. It's less than I would have expected, given how big that first pull was, though, actually, to be honest. I feel like Date Night are doing a really good job of closing this gap a little bit here and staying in contention. So I do think that Bloodlust is pretty revealing as well, because, for reference, DAWGS is a Taldazar, which was that 4 DPS one. That was a 10-minute and 38-second one. So if you hit your Lust right as the gate's coming down, you do get 2 Lusts in that context, although the first one is not great. But if you're any faster than that, you don't get 2 Lusts, right? Even if you pre-lust that first pull. And if you're doing that first pull bigger like that, pre-lusting it is more costly because more of the time is spent grouping that pull together, right, rather than fighting. So I do think that Legendary here are aiming for that, 10-minute mark. Sub 10-minute at Taldazar, which I don't know if you remember, but back in BFA, the sub 10-minute at Taldazar was huge when that first happened. That was an Echo special that we saw with a lot of snaps back then that are no longer really something that you do. So they are going to be gatewaying their way up and setting up another pull here, our Legendary, with that Sigil of Misery on a pack there. It's going to be melded off now as well, so they're going to get to skip that pack entirely and now just take these next ones forward.
And I like the safety here, making sure nobody else gets in combat with the swords, so that if they do jump, they would just jump on the tank. Now, once everything is nice and stacked up, everyone else can then run in. Are they going further again? Are they planning on pulling this past this trash pack into Volcal? Another thing that no other team has tried to do? Yes, they are. The trash is coming in, and with a knockback on that imprisoned ad, they should be able to get the trash by without pulling the extra trash on top of the boss as well. And we're just going to get yet another interesting way of consolidating pulls together. You forget sub 10 minutes. If they're able to pull this off, this could potentially be like sub 9. This is crazy fast.
Yeah, I mean, that was Sigil of Chains plus Imprison plus Polymorph, it looked like, on that pack at the doorway, which that combination of abilities, I'm not sure I would have even thought to try it, right? I would have just assumed that I was getting in combat if I was doing all that to that pack, but it looks like they've managed to avoid it, or maybe they're just holding out of combat for a while. It does look like there's an honor guard in here. Maybe? No, wait, I'm not sure if that's the reanimated one or just the regular one, so... Either way, this is looking really... there is a reanimated honor guard in here. Okay, yeah, so they just CC'd the casters, right? And they'll deal with those later is the idea. But they are in combat with them for sure. You can see that Ring of Frost now is coming down as those CCs are going to break. But then those mobs will walk into the Ring of Frost and be CC'd for a little while longer. And by the time that those are free from their CC chain, they'll be ready to deal with them. But here comes a bunch of swords. I have to imagine this is... Well, maybe this is part of the plan.
Yeah, these were all CC'd in the back beforehand. These were all CC'd in the back beforehand, right? And they need this for trash count. So they wanted to wait until they got into the main phase of the second boss. They didn't want these to be walloping on them while they were still dealing with the triple totems, right? Still, this is very dangerous. There's the passive AoE damage coming out from the boss, and any errant venom blasts that go off will easily be able to one-shot somebody in the group. But this is where they have that second Heart of the Wild coming out from Tobo, keeping everyone alive. Now they only think once the trash gets bursted down like that, they just have the damage from this boss, plus the Honor Guard. That should be something that Tobo can deal with easily and probably do almost full uptime of damage. They do have that Sky Screamer in as well, but that's a pretty easy interrupt rotation they can get through.
Okay, so this Honor Guard is not dying because its totem is still alive. So once you finish Volcall, what are we doing here? Are we killing that totem and then killing the Honor Guard? Or are we...
running away and melding.
We're just running away and, melding and then we can still mount up? Yeah, I was thinking because it's a long walk to not be mounted for, but... The meld is definitely going to be massive here for them, and then they can just take some Sky Screamers forward, and that is going to be 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock when they finish Volcall. Nearly done with count as well. They run through, Invises and melds being used.
They need 6%. That's definitely more than the 2 Sky Screamers they have here, right? They need to get a couple extra trash mobs somewhere. I'm not sure where they're going to come from, though.
Maybe they're going to go and grab even more?
Running off?
Yeah, it looks like we have much of the group here. But
they still have that pack of swords, right? That they fear sigiled earlier on?
Okay, so that can come up, and then... Oh, my goodness!
Hopeful?
Hopeful. All right, all good. Maybe just letting Wexley proc Twist of Fate, possibly. Where is Wexley? Wexley is not on screen right now. Maybe also helping set up with a life grip or something for that pull that Lepan was presumably getting ready. As we almost certainly have the remaining percent trash walking in. There will not be time for another Bloodlust here if this works out for Legendary. So all making sense now. You can see those swords leaping in, actually leaping beautifully into the AoE as well. Really nice for Legendary.
There are 2 Sky Screamers as well. It should just be the 2. That should be all they need.
This is this is just really elegant from Legendary. I mean, they've simplified this dungeon down to basically exactly 5 pulls, which is to 4 pulls, right? Every single pull is with a boss. I mean, that is ridiculous.
That is about as efficient as you can get it, but they still have to finish off this boss here. 3 Sky Screamers, actually a third one coming in at the last second here, but they're able to deal with the first 2 before they really have to worry about interrupting this last one. In this one, they actually did need for the count, so it's good that it came in when it did.
Nice.
Also, it's a little extra cleave as well for their classes.
Yeah, a good target for Havoc from the Warlock. Always good. Also, Shadow Priest also happy to get some extra targets for those dots to be active on. Getting that Twist of Fate debuff as well. Rolling on the extra mob too, so that is nice when it is low on health. Legendary 40% on Yasma now, 9 minutes and 27 seconds. The question is the sub 10-minute dream going to be possible here? I think they're going to be just a little bit short.
Infernal was just popped like 20 seconds ago, so they do still have a little bit of damage rolling here. Another Combust will come up and maybe... Okay, no, it's not going to be sub 10. That's a little unfortunate. They don't have enough damage to do it, but it's still an incredibly fast run.
What a run from Legendary, though. I mean,
it's still an insane.
Got to be almost flawless for them, right? Like, what could have even gone better for them in here? I don't know. Maybe sub 10 is just not possible. Although it's so close, 10% on the boss as the 10-minute marker happens here. It's got to be possible, right? Surely you could get a couple more points of damage out there. But no matter, Legendary 10 minutes 11 seconds. What an incredible run out of them! Jeez. Unbelievable.
Yeah, if my math is right, that's a full 27 seconds faster than what we saw from Last Hope. No, not Last Hope. From DAWGS, who did it in 10:38. a little bit earlier today, but that is a blazing fast Ataldazar and a blazing fast 2-0 victory for Legendary as well. And they came in and just destroyed this dungeon. That was incredible.
Dude, they did this dungeon. So I have a replay package for the people. They did this dungeon in 4 pulls, and we have 3 pulls of that for replay here. So this first pull, starting off, they played one of the Colossus packs, skipped one of the other ones, and then played all of that trash in a Priestess Alunza. They focused their AoE. Basically, they're just AoEing that pack, and the boss is, just kind of standing there. Then they snap 2 packs of Saurids, an Augur pull, and the mid pack, and 2 Sky Screamers into Razan. What an absolute psychotic pull. And then the last pull, I actually didn't even know this was possible. So they pull 2 packs of Saurids, 2 Sky Screamers, the Hexers, the Stalkers, and then every single trash mob in that pack except for the Honor Guard. The Honor Guard eventually gets pulled, but then they group melded off because they don't need that for count. And so that actually gives them a perfect 100% enemy forces. Their last pull is then just 2 Saurid packs, a Sky Screamer, and Yasma. What an absolute insane run. They were able to do this in 4 pulls. And I also agree. I think you guys were right. I think that they can actually get sub 10 minutes on this key. Look at this. So I mapped this out in Keystone.guru as well. And this is exactly how they did it, everything. This is just nuts that they were able to pull this off.
Yeah. I think one of the big insights here as well is that reanimated Honor Guard before Volcall actually isn't that dangerous if you don't kill its totem, right? Obviously, it's going to be slow to kill its totem and kill it, but if you get to kill the other count there, and if you get to pull trash onto boss, you can just tank that mob, and as long as you don't kill the totem, it doesn't actually get that powerful. It doesn't get that scary. It just does tank damage. So really, really clever manipulation of the dungeon here. I mean, the star of the show has to be pull number 1, though, right? Like, pull number 1 is just such a...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable amount of... I mean, that's 41% count in a single pull, plus a boss at the same time, all at once.
Now I have a question.
So if you're another team... Yeah.
I was going to say, is this scary if you're a team like Echo? So we saw Echo and Ataldazar earlier, and they were a decent amount slower than this on this dungeon. Now they were doing a slightly smaller pull, so they maybe could adapt their route to be a bit faster. But is Legendary's Ataldazar going to be their kryptonite versus every other team across the weekend? Is this going to kind of be one of those dungeons that ensures that they're going to at least make top 4? Because any team that has to play them on Ataldazar just auto loses. Because I mean, that was nuts. That was an unbelievable run.
That was my question. How easy is this to replicate?
Yeah, well, I think this run is definitely going to throw a wrench in the plans for some other teams. If you are in a series against Legendary, and you have the choice of banning out their Ataldazar or something else that you normally wouldn't want to run, like a Waycrest Manor, I think you have to ban this, or you have to try to learn it over the next couple of days, which is not an easy thing to do. This is actually like a trump card for them. This is a really, really well put together run from them.
Yeah.
All right, I'll offer the counter argument. They were only 20 seconds faster than DAWGS, right? And they were a minute faster than Echo, but Echo had a boss reset in that run. The run looked a lot faster than the other teams. It is faster numerically, but the percent faster, it's only 5% faster than these other runs, which it looked like 50% faster, right? It looked incredible, but maybe it's not that much of an advantage for them.
So most teams do this in 5 pulls, and they were able to cut it down to 4, which I think is the big thing. Now, what does DAWGS look like whenever they're 4 DPSing this key? Obviously, I think the way that Legendary was pulling this, they have to have a healer. I don't think there's any way that you're getting through that Volcall boss without a healer on a pull like that, especially taking all the Sards in every single boss. But how much does that 1 pull differential save? Is that first pull actually that time efficient? I don't know. It's kind of interesting if they're only a minute faster than Echo and they had a boss reset. I think that run is sick though. I think it's good, but I guess we'll find out.
I mean, it seems pretty good. It like you said, it seems like something that they can maybe even take below 10 minutes. And so any other team is going to have to at least adapt to that and start utilizing it. And then, can you make it work? This weekend, I think it's probably very difficult to implement something like that and really do it well.
Yes.
Maybe in future weekends, assuming that Legendary makes it to the Global Finals, which I think, if they play like they did today, should have no trouble doing that. But still, I think if anything, today just kind of proved that we're in for a very, very fun MDI.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Every
I've looked
team
ahead of
will
this
win,
bracket.
definitely.
I've looked ahead of this bracket a little bit as well, and there are a lot of Ataldazars here as well, so we are going to get to see a lot of teams either forced to ban it, although in some cases, they're not even going to be able to. It's the first game of our first series tomorrow with Echo versus DAWGS there, so neither team that had that legendary strat in there, we'll see if either of them can have it by tomorrow. That is always one of the huge things to look for in the MDI, is whether a team that doesn't have a strat on Friday can have it by Saturday, or especially by Sunday. And Echo have often been incredibly good at that, because they just have such a strong foundation on, 8 dungeons that they don't need to practice anything in particular. So whichever dungeon somebody shows something really cool in, they can learn that now for the next 12 hours or so. That can be the rest of their day if they want to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them attempting that exact same thing in that dungeon tomorrow against DAWGS, because DAWGS do have a faster Ataldazar than Echo put up today, but it's a 4 healer or a 4 DPS one, no healer, which means it'll be a lot harder for them to adapt the legendary pathing, right? Because they'll have to change their comp as well, whereas Echo won't.
So I think there are a couple of storylines that we're going to be looking at tomorrow. One of those is the DAWGS 4 DPS. Like, how many dungeons are you going to be able to 4 DPS in that upper bracket matchup versus Echo? Is that going to cause Echo some problems? Because, like Jono said, Echo historically has the best time in every single dungeon, bar none, and they're able to kind of beat everybody off the back of that. But what does 4 DPS look like versus 3 DPS and a healer? And then for Last Hope versus Legendary, I think the storyline is like, is Legendary going to look as sick as they did in the Ataldazar in every other key? And I think that matchup between Last Hope is going to be a very, very tricky one for them. Last Hope is an incredibly good team. Again, they got second in last TGP. They're continuing to build off their synergy. But Legendary's Ataldazar, that was nuts. And JPC, you saw on screen a second ago, also mirroring that sentiment.
I mean, that run was so good that it just made me angry, because my groups can't even kill the totems at the same time on Volcall. So then I see that and I'm like, so this is how the other half lives.
Yeah. The other thing that's worth talking about for tomorrow as well is that tomorrow is our big day for going to the finals, because unlike previous seasons, there are 4 teams coming out of this group into the global finals, not just 2, which means that the deciding, factor for which teams are those 4 is going to be which ones don't get eliminated tomorrow, basically, right? So we have 2 upper bracket and then 4 lower bracket games tomorrow, and those 4 lower bracket games will basically be eliminating people from the global finals, and the other 4 teams will be making it through to the global finals. So it's going to be hugely important, actually, how that lower bracket goes. And there are a lot of really solid teams down there, teams that weren't necessarily seeded very highly, but teams like Direwolves and Levels that, have looked really, really good, really close, really competitive with some of our top teams here that will be, of course, coming up against some Seriousness, Date Night, and also the losers of our upper bracket games at the start of tomorrow. So it's going to be brutal here. We're going to have to send home 4 of these teams. That's going to be tough.
I was going to say, let's
cup play
take a look at these
looked,
predictions. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that these predictions are actually just how different we actually kind of all are, is kind of indicative of how close cup play is going to be, and it's very difficult to predict, the top 4. We all have Echo at first, though.
Yeah, now I don't want to name any names here as well, but whoever doesn't have Legendary in their top 4 is probably feeling pretty stupid right about now after that Ataldazar came out.
So why do you think somebody would not select Legendary in their top 4?
I would assume a clerical error. If anything, I would assume it was probably a graphics error again that we've got here. I don't know. Those would be my guesses if I was told that had happened.
So you think the graphics operator is just messed up, and
I suspect so. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, understandable. Kind of like that time that they accidentally put Echo as the wild. As the
wild card, yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, that was a famous
Dark
moment
Horse
in MDI history. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Famous Dark Horse Echo. Yeah. I was wondering how long. Anyone got the MDI bingo cards out? Tuttle's Dark Horse pick. That's got to be on there, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hey, what? I picked Echo for first. Yeah. What are you checking out here?
What are we looking
I
at?
think my top 4 is pretty good. I still believe in Direwolves, and I think Last Hope showed a pretty strong performance today. So I'm feeling
Direwolves can. I think they looked a little bit worse than the other, than Last Hope, Legendary, Dogs, and Echo. I think they looked a little bit worse than that. But I do think that they have an opportunity to really kind of come back. And honestly, if any team has like a bad day tomorrow and they have like an exceptionally good day, I think they're well within their rights to be able to get top 4 pretty comfortably.
They're my dark horse.
I think it's also pretty wide open right now, right? The only dungeon that we've actually seen multiple times is that at Taldazar, which is why it's such a sticking point to us that Legendary's run was so much better than every other one we saw. But I think once we see more dungeons tomorrow, we'll get a better idea of like where the teams are going to be matching up against each other. And also, like, we'll see how other runs are going to go. Like, notably, I think we mentioned it earlier, but like, for instance, in Legendary's upper bracket match against Last Hope, there is no Ataldazar in that run, so they'll have to have just as well cooked up runs in order to get past Last Hope, who also looked insane in their matchup earlier. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these upper bracket and lower bracket matches end up going at the beginning of tomorrow.
Yeah. It does seem like a lot of us did suspect that the Dire Wolves would make it through the lower bracket. If they did get knocked down there too, they're in most of the predictions. 4 out of 7. That's most, right? Yeah, that's about 50%.
That's just historical precedence, I think, carrying that a lot. That's a team and a group of players that has pretty much consistently made global finals in almost all of the MDIs they've ever participated in. They're very good.
Right.
Wait, how do we have an overlay now where Dratnos is guest legendary? How did that even happen?
Yep, this is good. This is really good here.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yep.
I have them multi-track drifting now, getting multiple different slots out of this group.
Wow.
Okay, so how did you get into the streaming PC?
I've hacked the mainframe. Hang on.
Legendary drift.
Yep.
All right, hit right arrow. Right.
Yep. There we go. Yep. Doing it.
Okay. Keep sliding it. More. Bit more. Yeah. Okay, we're almost there. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. I think by the end of the show.
Wow. So this is going to be the next 3 hours, just watching this slightly scoot over to the right. The Drat and the Furious, Legendary Drift. Yeah.
Okay, wait. You know what? I just realized. I think that Legendary might be the only team that's actually cooked up a sub 10 Ataldazar, because every other team was playing like they were going to double lust the Atal. Like Echo, even whenever they did their 11 whatever with the boss reset, the way that they lusted the first pull was like they were going to get like a 10-20. Whereas it looks like Legendary might be the only team that's actually playing like they're going to get a flat, like a 10 flat.
Well, see, the thing with Legendary's lust though is that even if they thought they were going to get a 10-30, you can't get a good pre-lust with that first pull anyways. So there's not an opportunity, right? Like even if they think their time is over 10 minutes, you still can't get a pre-lust with a pull that size. So I don't think we actually know for sure that that's their plan, but I think it's pretty obvious. Whenever you have a team that puts up 8 seconds over or 9 seconds over a minute marker or whatever, they definitely think they can go faster. I'm sure they have runs that are sub 10 in practice as well, right? Like there's no way that they don't.
Well, this has to push the rest of the pack ahead, right? This has to like push everyone else to try to come up with a way to mirror this too. So it's gonna theoretically make everything a bit more exciting.
I don't think you can mirror that with like 1 day of practice.
Right.
No, not 1 day.
You might be better off just being like, all right, Blizzard has given us a ban for this purpose. We will put that on Ataldazar, and then we will, we will not worry about it, right? Like, it doesn't matter how far ahead a team is ahead of you in a certain dungeon, if that's your ban, it just means that there's a lot of pressure then on all the other dungeons. So this means that Legendary has a huge opportunity where if they also have 6 strats in other dungeons, right, then they put a lot of pressure on teams because you can't ban 2 dungeons, you can only ban 1, and that is going to be extremely potent for them, right? They've got an opportunity there, but if Ataldazar is their only sick dungeon, then they won't actually be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Well, let me.
Oh, go ahead.
I want to tag on to that, because if you do decide that you're going to auto ban Ataldazar them against them, that means you then can't ban the other dungeon that everyone is assuming banning, right? The Waycrest banner. In looking ahead at every other series, there's actually only one other match that that Legendary could potentially be in that has one of those and not the other. So you really have to figure something out against that team, right? It's a very interesting thing that every other team is now. It's an interesting scenario that every other team now has to think about moving forward in the weekend. What do we have to practice? What do we have to figure out? And you don't have that much time left to do it in.
That's right. In fact, you have less than 24 hours because you can see in the bottom of your screen, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. CEST, wherever that is when we are going to start the day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. So I'm not going to say don't go anywhere. You don't have to sit in front of your PC or your phone or your tablet or your TV or whatever you're watching this on.
You should.
Until the next one starts. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, in theory. But you know, you can move around a little bit if you want to. But either way, be back in time for day 2 because it's going to be exciting. Teams are going to be eliminated. 4 teams are going to get guaranteed spots to the global finals. It is going to be a pretty epic day, a legendary day, some might say, of World of Warcraft dungeon running. I'm done. From everyone here, thanks for watching, everybody. Catch you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Later.